Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon, Provincial Commissioner and your cohort of leaders. Yesterday, we left off our discussion. We're still discussing the events in Phoenix. And I had asked you about the barricades that were set up. And you did agree that the setting up of these barricades was unlawful. What is it that you did, noting that this was an unlawful act by residents of Phoenix, where you were at the time? What did you do about it as the police commissioner in KZN?
Thank you, Commissioner. As I said yesterday in our briefing, that upon realization of what was going on in Phoenix, we felt that the station is under pressure and we needed to deploy more resources that are going to help to stabilize the situation speedily in Phoenix specifically. We then had the extra deployment, as I reflected yesterday, of additional police officers that were sent through to go and police Phoenix.
Were any of the so-called anti-looting patrollers arrested for setting up barricades on public roads?
Commissioner, the time of setting up of those barricades was not necessarily known by the police in some instances. In some instances, as when the people that were setting them up see the police, they will run away and leave the police there. And as we started, the police will have attempted to remove those barricades. But as they realized that the situation is getting tenser, then they stopped moving the barricades because they needed to secure the people's lives at the time. So when we were conducting investigations amongst those that will have been charged, yes, there are some that were observed to have been involved in setting up those blockages on the road that will have included in our dockets that we've registered. But by and large, the bigger numbers that will have been involved in setting up those barricades, as I said, Commissioner, yesterday, barricades were not only in Phoenix, it was the entire province, especially this district of eThekwini. So quite a number of people were not necessarily arrested for that purpose, but they were just warned to remove them, and quite a number of them complied with removing those barricades voluntarily.
How many of them were apprehended by the police, specifically for setting up this or putting up these barricades on public roads?
Commissioner, I will be lying if I were to give the number before this commission, because I will have to study each case docket that we registered during the July unrest, but a total of over 3,000, and I said yesterday, 3,093 suspects were arrested for every other case registered in relation to the unrest at the time.
Were any of these patrollers or anti-looting patrollers arrested in your presence, specifically in Phoenix?
No, negative, sir. No one was arrested in my presence.
Did you issue any instructions to any of your officers to arrest the patrollers?
The word patrollers, I think it's a difficult one for me to explain, Commissioner, because communities were all over the streets, and majority of them were not necessarily patrolling, but they were standing alongside those barricades which were set up in front of their houses. So I wouldn't necessarily use the word patrollers per se, but I would use communities that set up those barricades to make it difficult for people to drive around Phoenix specific. The police, on their own initiatives, on their own oath that they will have taken to enforce the law and create stability in the province, will have acted. But from my side, in issuing a specific instruction that a certain person must be arrested, I did not. Chair, the only instruction that I ever issued directly to our police officers in relation to the execution of their duties, which will have been perceived as if I'm directly involved with how they execute their jobs, will have been the recovery of food at the time when the recovery operations were conducted. That was the only time where I was specific to the police that as you are carrying out your job, be cautious of this and that and that. But the question is not about that. The question is about specifically instruction on barricade. So I did not issue an instruction for all these 3,000 people to be arrested, as they were arrested for different crimes, including the setting up of barricades.
And yesterday I asked, I hope you've reflected, can you still recall the dates or the date you visited Phoenix? Because I want to ascertain whether was it on the day where 33 people were massacred, or was it before that? When exactly was it?
Commissioner, yesterday I could not confirm the date, and I even said to the Commissioner, because I did not necessarily write down on a diary as I was doing that, I will have to go and verify by checking the logbook of my car or the tracker in my vehicle, because I use my vehicle, so I can be able to get that and finish the commission with that information. It will give me the exact date when I drove to Phoenix and the times.
As you entered Phoenix, how many barricades did you observe?
Commissioner, I would be lying if I know the number, but the main road that enters Phoenix from the, I think it's M41, I drove on that road all the way towards the police station. It was just many of them. Almost every, just guessing, almost every 5 meters, you had barricade. So the way they were set up, a road with 2 lanes, a north and south lanes, the barrier line in the middle, they will put a tree across the whole lane on the left and only leave the right side open. And about 5 meters down, they will put another block of stones on the right side, and they will leave another 5 meters and they'll put another barricade on the left. So forcing a driver to drive on a zigzag form as you are driving through, and only one car can drive at a time. So that's how they were set up. So you could imagine the kilometer length of the road, not only one road, but a number of roads, including the vehicles that were banned. They were also set up like that, so which tells me they will have forced those vehicles to park like that before banning them, which shows that it was a deliberate act. It was not by accident that the vehicles were banned.
During our own inspection in local, we were taken through what transpired by some of the victims, and we were shown where the barricades were set up. Up to 6 were set up, and there's a barricade that was erected or set up in the vicinity of the police station, or very close to the police station. Did you also see this barricade that was set up very close to the Phoenix police station?
Commissioner, the Phoenix police station, there's a road that runs past the Phoenix police station. So on either side of the road, there were barricades. Meaning the either side of the police station, it was not only on one side. There were many of them.
As the provincial commissioner, do you take overall responsibility for the inaction of your members who failed to apprehend these groups that erected and set up barricades on a public road. And in some of these barricades, we were informed that's where some of our fellow compatriots lost their lives. Cars were burned. Do you take overall responsibility as the Provincial Commissioner for the lives that were lost as a result of the barricades that were set up?
Commissioner, the South African Police Service, the Constitution mandates the South African Police Service to prevent crime, combat crime, investigate crime, protect the property and the citizens in this republic, and also uphold and enforce the law, maintain public order. So those are the responsibility given to us by the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. And I'm assigned as a Provincial Commissioner, assisting the National Commissioner appointed under the Section 207 on what is it that I must do in the provincial office as a Provincial Commissioner in KZN. There are 5 programs that we work on in the police. Program 1 being the administration, that's everything that is on a corporate support, governance and the likes. Program 2 is the visible policing, where my colleague Jarama Kobal is commanding. Program 3 is the investigation part of things. 4 and 5 are the functions, responsibility of the head office, which is crime intelligence as well as protection service. But for the purpose of the question being asked, Commissioner, it is my job to see to it that the 18,000 personnel that we have in the Republic, in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, execute these duties as outlined by the Constitution without fail. Now, in this instance, a lot of people died in this province. In this instance, property was destroyed in this province. Now, if we're going to argue the value of the property destroyed, the amount of lives that might have been saved or they were saved during the process, we weigh the two and we say, how was the police performance? We might congratulate ourselves and said we did well because we saved quite a lot of things, a lot of properties and so a lot of lives, as I outlined yesterday. But the reality is the Constitution does not give us a percentage of performance. It tells us that we shall prevent crime, regardless of how much. So it means, in other words, the performance of the police is expected to be 100%. So in answering the question, I know I'm taking long in getting to the answer.
Yeah, please get to the answer, General.
Yeah, in answering the question, in short, would be say, yes, I must take responsibility, and I am taking responsibility for the failure of the police not to 100% protect the lives and not 100% to protect the properties as outlined in the Constitution, regardless of whatever reasons that may make us not to perform 100%.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the answer. A gentleman by the name of Glenn Naidu also appeared before the commission. He asserts that he is now a consultant. He used to own a security company called KZN VIP Security. In the period leading up to the unrest, or when social media messages were doing their rounds, he circulated a video in which he was calling on people to set up roadblocks or to install barriers on public roads. He testified that he is not facing any investigations for doing this, something that we both agree is unlawful, something which is contrary to the Constitution. Are you aware of incidents involving Mr. Naidu, the video that went viral in which he was calling upon people to set up barricades in Phoenix before the massacre on the 12th of July.
Commissioner, I cannot be 100% sure of the name, but if you are referring to a gentleman who was in charge of the security company, KZN VIP?
Yes.
Yes, I am aware of the video that I was informed that it is him that appeared on the video, that the inquiries have been made with regard to that by the investigation team. So in terms of the status of it, Commissioner, I cannot say it now whether the case is with or the inquiry is with the SAPS or is with the DPCI. I will have to confirm that correctly so that I can finish that information to the Commission.
Well, when communities set up barricades, barriers, what does that say about the view of the South African Police Service? Would you say you still enjoy the confidence of the public? Because we are required to be tolerant citizens. We are required to rely on the criminal justice system for protection and to process those who are in conflict with the law. But it looks like during this unrest, people had to resort to self-help and ended up acting in this fashion. What does that say about SAPS? At the time of the unrest, because even in Phoenix, we were informed that your members were not visible.
Commissioner, I'm not an analyst, I'm not a statistician. I'm sure the figures will be available from Stats SA if they were to be sourced, that will be able to show the image or the public perception about the South African Police Service. But the reality is, Commissioner, when you read on the news, in all news platforms, the image of the SAPS is not good at all. The trust from the public in general towards the South African Police Service is not good, mainly perhaps because of the few bad things that we either as a South African Police Service fail to do to service the community, or else the wrong things that we as a South African Police Service are doing that make the public to lose trust on us. So I like to believe that the survey, if it were to be presented, might prove that the trust of the citizens to the South African Police Service is not ideal, is not acceptable.
I'll move on to what you also touched on yesterday, your relationship with security companies. What is your criteria? What kind of security companies work with the South African Police Service? And are they properly vetted? Because we also received allegations about their involvement in acts of criminality. Some are involved with drug lords. Are you aware of this? But firstly, what is your criteria? How does one go about getting the accreditation or whatever that's needed to work with the SAPS to deal with incidents of crime?
Commissioner, the Constitution forces the South African Police Service to work with communities by using a structure called Community Policing Forum. It simply says that the South African Police Service, I think government understood that as they were writing that section in the Act, that you will never have enough police officers that can be able to 100% service the community. So as a result, it is important for partnerships to be in place. And hence, the partnership come in different forms. under the same community structure, the Community Policing Forum structure, we have a program to recruit reservists into the police, and we sign them, different categories of them. And we also have a program of partnership with different structures that will assist us in executing our duties. So security companies, they service the South African police in different forms. There are security companies that are more into the IT space, who assist us with technology and surveillance and the likes. And there are security companies that will be providing some physical resources that help us in as far as human resources, in terms of being eyes and ears of the South African Police Service where we need some assistance. So they provide different services, and some of them, they go as far as will help us with a fleet, be it boats, be it vehicles, be it aircrafts, that enables the South African Police Service to move from point A to point B. So we have different memorandums that will enter into with different security companies for the purpose if we need to as a police. But by and large, majority of them, they are part of the Community Policing Forum structure, and as they are carrying out their duties and whatever they are spotting, they're communicating to the South African Police Service that allow us to operate with speed.
Let's go back to the letter that you transmitted to the National Commissioner. We're still waiting to be finished with the copy of this letter. Before this letter was sent out, had you engaged with the National Commissioner after the Concord judgment, or this was the first time through a written correspondence you were engaging with the National Office?
Beside phone calls, Commissioner, that I might not have proof of here before the Commission, the letter is an official document that you can present as evidence that will say we started engaging with the head office. But as I said, when we're assessing and we're monitoring the broadcasting of whatever that was happening in front of the former President's house, we were in constant communication with the National Office with regard to the concerns of what is happening, might be the result of what is happening in front of the former President's house. But that I cannot necessarily say much about it because there's no evidence. So the evidence is on this. That's why I could only use this. But this was at the time when we were putting out the plan. That's when we wrote correspondence because we wanted resources by that time. So it was no longer just an unofficial discussions that we were having earlier.
So the judgment is delivered on the 29th of June. What do you do as the Commissioner? Do you activate your teams to develop an operational plan, or do you meet to consider the implications and then decided to send this letter to the National Commission? What exactly did you do after the judgment was handed down on the 29th? What I'm trying to establish is, do you have an early warning system, or did the judgment help you to activate your early warning systems in the province?
Commissioner, we have never experienced such a decision to arrest a former president in the country before. We understood as KZN the number of supporters of the former president that reside in this province. So as the management at the provincial level, from the time the judgment was handed down, we started amongst ourselves discussing and engaging with CI in the province, crime intelligence in the province, and trying to understand what could happen, what is the potential of something big that might happen. So as a result, we started requesting the colleagues to prepare themselves and gather information as much as we can, because we've got, other than crime intelligence, detectives are mandated to have at least 3 informers per detective for the purpose of crime, of course, but they could also be utilized to help us, to inform us if there's anything that will happen. So we started engaging with our members in that regard for them to start giving us, besides what we were picking up on the social media and all other media platforms.
And the operational plan was only developed after a response to your letter, or you had already had a draft in place?
Commissioner, we already put out a concept of an operation because we needed to share with the head office as when we are asking these resources on what we want to do with them. You do not just ask for a helicopter to come down to the province with such a cost and such a big number of 175 members to come to the province on such a cost, and you don't inform the head office as to what you want to do with these resources you're asking. So we already had to share with them a concept of our plan and why we want them and how we want to deploy them, so that they appreciate that at the head office before they can release those resources to come down. So we already started putting out the plan together.
Okay. So there was an instruction for reinforcement. You received support from the national office and from how many other provinces reinforced?
Commissioner, I will not know.
Your public order policing.
I will not know exactly how many from different provinces, because we were asking at the national office under the National Crime Combating Forum chairperson, Lieutenant-General Nhlanla. We were asking for resources, so he will have drawn the resources from different provinces to come down to KZN. So I did not necessarily, I don't have the figures, although when the members reported, we could keep count as to so many of them are from Cape Town, so many of them from Limpopo and so forth. We do have those figures, but before the commission now I might not say.
In terms of your needs assessment at the time, what is it that you requested from the national office?
In terms of the numbers, is that what you're talking about, or
could be
the resource you're asking for?
Could be equipment and warm bodies that were deployed. But let's start with, because yesterday you touched on it. Maybe you can just reflect briefly on the numbers that were deployed, and then take us through in terms of other resources that you needed. What is it that you requested from national office?
Commissioner, initially we were looking at least not less than 400 members to come down to KZN. 175 of them were sent first, and we then asked the Deputy National Commissioner Masimula specifically. I said to him, General, in our assessment of the situation with the numbers that you've already released, with the helicopter or the 2 helicopters, we feel that the remaining teams must just be on standby for now and do not bring them down, because our plan might be able to continue with these 175, including when we are going to add our own. We could be sufficient for now. So that's why they did not send the remainder. Otherwise, they would have sent the whole 400 members that you initially asked for.
Okay. So as these members, yeah, okay, on other resourcing needs, or what else did you request?
Commissioner, we asked for air support. That's why there were helicopters that were also dispatched.
Did you request water cannons,
no,
more
we did
protective
not.
gear, stun grenades?
Commissioner, I'm sorry to interrupt when you're asking questions. Commissioner, we had enough on stock as a province in terms of non-lethal weapons that we needed to use. We felt the 2 water cannons we have in the province are sufficient to be able to handle the Nhlanhla situation. So we did not ask for anything in addition in our initial request, because our operation was only focused in Nhlanhla and the surroundings in the main.
Okay. Specifically for the unrest, how many where were the units located and where were they deployed in the province to quell the unrest and to stabilize the situation?
Commissioner, we will share, I believe, I'm not sure exactly whether we've prepared the presentation that we're going to share with the Commission as it was requested. But the Commission will see in our concept as we deploy the crowd management, the public order police unit, that we divided the province into different zones. Appreciating the numbers that we have and the shortages that we have in the province, we grouped all these 11 districts into 3. And then we allocated the public order police vehicle members into these zones so that they are able to respond to any incidents that are happening in their area. So that was our deployment strategy in as far as crowd management is concerned during the unrest.
The units deployed from other provinces and from the national office, can you still recall when did they arrive in the province?
Commissioner, I did indicate the dates yesterday that the first batch of members that came as a result of the operation at Nhlanhla arrived on the 3rd of July, and the second batch that we received when the unrest started to erupt in the province came on the 11th of July, and the last group that we received came on the 13th of July in 2021.
And when the units got to KZN, who from your office briefed them?
Commissioner, the operation, as General Makoba indicated yesterday, that she was in charge of an operation of all the uniform members that are in the province. But in as far as the operation of unrest is concerned, a Brigadier Damane, who is the head of Public Operational Response Service in the province, took charge of the operation, and he was supported by one Major General Mkhwanazi, who works at the Division Operational Response at the head office, who is responsible for public order police units in the country. So they took direct command because of their expertise. Commissioner, maybe further to explain was that as the operation, as the days were progressing, in many meetings that we're having with the national office, we requested the deployment of the provincial heads of operational response, because each province has got a brigadier in charge of operational response. Operational response, the one where public order result. We requested the deployment of some of them. I know the Brigadier of Eastern Cape, Brigadier of Free State, Brigadier of Northwest, if I remember very well. I'm not sure if I'm missing another one. All 3 brigadiers were deployed to the KZN province to take charge of this zone strategy that we had implemented, because we had 3 zones and there were colonels in charge. So we brought brigadiers from other provinces came in to work with Brigadier Daman, and they took direct command of these zones as we're operating. So those brigadiers are available if the commission would want to talk to them. But we felt that we needed expertise in crowd management to take direct command of these crowd situations and not only rely on my colleague General Makoba and the district commissioners.
So they would have signed the briefing certificates?
You are talking about the brigadiers that came in, or you're talking about the...
Because I asked who briefed the POP members. So he was the most senior person who signed the briefing certificate, right?
I will not talk about the briefing certificate, Commissioner, but I know the briefing will have been done by him.
You don't know whether or not there was a briefing certificate signed?
Yeah, no, I'll be lying if I say that.
And you wouldn't know, would you know then if this briefing certificate was in line with the operational plan you had developed as the province in response to the unrest?
Yeah, well, I had no reason to doubt a professional, trained, experienced person like Brigadier Damane to carry out the task. So I did not doubt it without having to see any certificate.
For public order policing, which system do you use and where would one capture the contents of the brief?
It is called incident response system that we're utilizing, IRIS. It is a system strictly used by public order police, and it is only to capture the crowd management incidents in the country.
And it's accessible to everyone, including you as the provincial commissioner.
That is correct.
Could you please make it available? We want to see what was captured on IRIS, the incident report information system that you've alluded to, and would like to ascertain. Please also share the operational plan so that we're able to check if it was in line with the operational plan. So now you have other units from other parts of the country deployed in the province. Can you tell us whether these units, did they come with their own cars from their respective provinces and from the national office, or they were using your cars? How did they get to KZN?
Commissioner, the members that arrive in the province use their own vehicles that they brought from their own provinces to come here, including all the other equipment that they used during the unrest period.
And how many of the cars they used were fitted with your GPS system? Do you know? And is this in the briefing?
I would be lying, Commissioner. I don't have that information with me. I would be lying if I say I remember. Commissioner, I'm managing a province that has got a fleet of over 5,000 vehicles. They break some of them, they take into garages, some units that are fitted are removed to replace on the new ones that are coming in. So the members that are coming into the province, I might not necessarily know it offhand. So if I were to be allowed maybe to gather information and finish the commission later, I can do that.
Yeah, specifically information on the cars from other provinces, how many of them were fitted with the GPS system? And as they go to KZN, were they given the exact GPS coordinates, the exact locations where they were to be located, the locations which were deemed to be hotspots during the unrest?
Commissioner, maybe in answering, I wanted to get a clarity on the first question we were asking with regard to the GPS, because I'm not sure whether we're talking about the unit that we use to locate where you need to go, or you're talking about the unit that is fitted in the vehicle that allows management to be able to track the movement of the car. I'm not so sure. I just want to be clear about it. Is it about the unit that allows a person to navigate to a certain point?
Yeah, that you use as SEPs. Yeah. So,
Commissioner, if I may, there are two, what we're talking about is two different units.
yeah.
There's a unit that allows you to navigate from here to Phoenix. If you don't know where Phoenix is, you put on a GPS and it directs you. But there's a unit that we fit in a vehicle. As soon as you start the vehicle and you drive, it's a management unit that doesn't give you direction, like a tracker. It's management that sees a vehicle that is moving to that area. And later when we compare that with what we wrote on the logbook, and when we get videos from the community that says a vehicle was seen loading things here and it did this crime here and the police officers were drunk driving these vehicles, we use those to take the particulars of the vehicle, and we look at the vehicle movement system to tell us the vehicle, yes, indeed, it was there, so it helped our investigation. So that's why I'm asking which one you want me to provide, because police vehicles are supposed to be fitted with at least the one that is we call it AVL, Commissioner, that tracks the movement of cars. The GPS is not all vehicles that have. Some of them are bought with GPS, some of them we buy individual units that are issued to members. So I'm not so sure, the Commissioner, which of the two the Commission wants me to provide.
Yeah, the one that will take me to Phoenix.
Or the direct, okay.
Yeah. Okay, so were the members of the public order policing from other provinces and from the national office given information on the exact locations where there were unrest incidents, the so-called hotspot areas? Were they given this information? Were they briefed on these locations? And can proof of this be furnished? Because I want to establish the speed with which they were provided with this information, and in return they were able to quell the unrest.
Okay, Commissioner, as I said, there were 2 or 3 batches of deployments that we received from the head office. The first one was strictly focused at Nhlanhla. The call-up instruction that was issued to them directed them to go and find accommodation at Mpangeni and Richards Bay area. That's where they were located, and they're going to be operating from there to Nhlanhla. When they arrived, they were briefed, and they were given a thorough information with regard to the terrain, the area where they're going to operate, the threat analysis, situational analysis of what was happening in the area in order for them to be ready for operations. The second batch, including the first batch, as when the unrest started, there was a new briefing about where they must now move to and the orientation of where they need to operate when the time permitted they were given. But I must say, Commissioner, that some of the members, as they were driving into the province during the unrest, they came across unrest as they were coming in. So they did not necessarily get to arrive first at the base and be briefed before they go out. They started engaging with this unrest on the way coming in. So as they see something wrong happening, they just communicate on the radio to Brigadier Tamani and say, we are now attending to this. And some of them will have spent even the night on the road without arriving at their hotel or whatever accommodation we booked for them because of the fluidity of the situation we're experiencing at the time. So it's not 100% of them that arrive first at the base to be briefed. Others, they so saying, hit the ground running. So they engage on an operation as soon as they landed. They cross the border into the province without having a large amount of time to orientate themselves about what's happening in the province.
The National Commissioner considered that communication was a challenge during the unrest. Could you say that these members were able to effectively communicate with other members? Firstly, are the radio networks if I'm from another province, am I able, if I'm using the SAPS vehicle from Gauteng or from Limpopo and I get to KZN, am I able to communicate with officers in KZN?
Commissioner, it depends which radio you are using. There are 2 systems we use in the police. It's a digital platform and analog. In whatever of the platform you are using, digital is in Gauteng. If you, as is now, take the KZN radio to Gauteng and you want to communicate to Gauteng people, you won't be able to talk to them. Even if we are coming from Eastern Cape, you're using an analog which is used in KZN, and you come to KZN with the analog radio and you want to talk to someone in KZN, in some instances, you might be able, on a light of sight, you might be able to get a channel that you can communicate with, but in majority of the times, you won't still be able to communicate, not unless our radio tech programs your radio into our system so that you are in the same frequency with us, on the same analog system, then we can be able to communicate.
So in the planning, was this deficiency identified? That we are deploying people to high-risk areas, it's an unrest, and we need to ensure that communication is effective. Was this deficiency identified as we were developing the operational plan to deal with the unrest?
Commissioner, the challenge on the radios that we've had in the organization is dating back to a couple of years. We've always been complaining about it. Incidents in Marikana had proved also that the challenges with regard to communication is to be addressed with speed, but we are still hoping that it will be addressed with speed. We're hoping National Office will help us on that. But in the meantime, the advantage that we have is that the operational methodology of public order police, we're discussing tactics now that I was trying to avoid.
Yeah.
But the operational methodology of public order police, they work in sections. So, and they work under a commander. So the commander will have a radio, not necessarily that the members in a section will keep radios. They don't. So they hear the direct command from the commander, a verbal instruction from the commander. So the commander will be in a position of a radio. It is the commander that communicates to someone else, a commander on the other side. So in order to mitigate the communication challenges, the commanders, when they arrive in the deployed province, in some instances, we also sometimes rely on cell phones, but majority of the time, those that will have came, commanders that comes into the province, they get issued with the local radio in order for them to be able to communicate with the local command structures and sharing information, which information they will relay to their members verbally. Because we don't mix members in sections, we don't mix them in platoons. They might be coming from Cape Town to KZN. There will be a group of 8 members with their commander, and the KZN one is a group of 8 members with their commander. They work as 16 as a team. When they are together, the instruction will come verbally, one to all of them, they will hear. But if they want to communicate to someone else on the other side who can't hear them, then you'll use a radio to communicate to the commander on the other side. So that's how we're bridging the gap. But it still doesn't take away the challenges of radio systems that we're having.
To what extent did this challenge affect your response to the unrest?
I must say, Commissioner, the radio challenge that we have in the South African Police Service did affect our operations during the unrest because, as I said, it's not every police officer has a radio. For example, the unrest that we experienced in July, you will find police officers, 2 of them in the van, spotting something somewhere, and they want to communicate to a unit, but they don't have a direct channel communication with that particular unit. They'll have to via a radio control to get to that unit, and that delays response time. So until we address that, one of the things that we need to work on, we'll be able to mitigate that risk going forward. But during the unrest, it did have some impact.
Yesterday you told us that over 280 people died in KZN. Could you tell us how many shooting incidents did you have or took place in KZN during the unrest? If you don't have the number now, you can always share this with the commission later in writing.
Commissioner, we reported yesterday the modus operandi that was deployed during the incidents that happened in July. And the stats in terms of number of people that died, especially on cases of murder and attempted murder, we did indicate the methods that were used in the main where people were killed or attempted murders. So the numbers will be available on the presentation as we have presented. In terms of the figures that we did present yesterday, of those that the firearms were used, quite a number of people that will have been shot at, where attempted murder cases as well as murder cases were registered. So the numbers now, maybe the commission, if allows me the commission, that we make it available in black and white so that it can be referenced to case dockets as well.
Okay, no, thank you. It's fine. Provincial Commissioner, do you exercise direct oversight over station commissioners, or in terms of your organogram, they have an immediate line manager?
Yeah, in terms of our organogram, a station commander reports to the district commissioner. A district
Who
commissioner.
in turn reports to you?
Who in turn reports to me, yes.
Have you received any reports about the management and the operations of Phoenix Police Station?
I'm not sure, Commissioner, if I understand the question very well. A report about the
About the running of the police station?
Is this in relation to the unrest or in general?
Even before the unrest?
Perhaps, Commissioner, I might need to explain how I conduct my management or how I manage the province. For me to get to know what happens at Phoenix, for instance, I have governance structures that I've set out, where, as I said, there are 3 programs that I'm monitoring, program 1, 2, and 3. For me to know what is going on in all those programs, the station commander has mandatory meetings on a weekly basis with the team, and the district commissioner, that is on Mondays, and the district commissioners will have mandatory meetings with all station commanders on Tuesdays, and on Wednesdays, the district commissioners will have mandatory meetings with my deputies on those programs, all the 3 programs. And on a monthly basis, I have meetings with my executive, the deputies, and look at the status of each performance area, each business unit, zooming into a district and the station and the units with regard to the performance targets that we have. So in that, I will be able to see the number of grievances registered at the station. That will tell me that there's a problem at the station by observing number of grievances and how speedily they are resolved. The number of disciplinary cases that are registered at a particular station, and complaints in general that come from public, because communities will write complaints whether via the presidency hotline directly all the way to my office. And that gives me indication in terms of what is wrong at the police station, so I can be able to have intervention, extra intervention in terms of climate studies or otherwise to assist the station. And if that fails, we then hold the station commander accountable for any poor performance that will have been experienced. Yeah. So that's how I'm managing. So the Phoenix would be part of that. That's how we'll get to know exactly whether things are good or bad. Even the shortage of resources, I get to see them through those structures.
Okay. So the evening that you went to Phoenix, Phoenix must have, even post the visit, must have been an area of concern for you, given what had transpired. Have you since requested the following? The operational plan, who was on the duty list on the 12th of July, who was the duty officer on each day of the unrest, who visited all scenes of serious crimes, especially murder scenes in Phoenix, reports of duty officers, where some of these reports, or all these reports, were they sent to the provincial Operations Coordinating Center? If so, when and by who? So these are some of the things we will follow up with your office. And we also intend to invite the Brigadier or the Station Commissioner of Phoenix and other areas which were affected by the unrest to talk to these issues. So when a massacre of this scale happens in Phoenix, do you have internal processes through which you hold the Station Commissioner accountable, or is just treated as if nothing happened, we move on? What is it that is done? If I was the station commander of Nhlanla and something happens here under my leadership, what is it that is done internally? by the SAPS. Because what is strange is that since the massacre and the unrest, no heads have rolled, people are still in their positions. You are still the provincial commissioner. Brigadier Zondi in Phoenix is still the station commander. We still have Major General Kevin James. We still have Major General Makoba. So in terms of accountability, what is it that you do when incidents of this nature take place?
Commissioner, there is nothing that is written down in terms of our performance assessment or performance agreements that says, should you fail in the performance of your duties to protect the loss of life in your policing area, you should be held accountable in this fashion. There's nothing. I'll invite the Commission to go and study all our job description and our performance assessment that we have in place. It allows for a certain percentage of performance. I said earlier when the Commission asked the question, whether should I take responsibilities for the failure of the police in protecting all these lives lost and the property destroyed, and I said, yes, I'll take responsibility. Can you hold a fitness board for me to stand office? Maybe it can be instituted by the National Commissioner, but it has never been done that you're going to be held accountable for 100% performance. That if you lose one life, you need to be held accountable even if you're not fired, but to be reprimanded or whatever, demoted and so forth. It does not exist in the organization. So as a result, Commissioner, the station commander, in maybe trying to answer some of the questions, when this situation happened, it was spontaneous. It will have caught a station by surprise. And therefore, from where I'm sitting, I might not expect that the station commander will have taken time to draw an operational plan to deal with this situation. The first thing is that the station commander, as much as he's got the responsibility of managing the station, but the maintenance of public order, it's a function that does not result under the station command. It's a function that a unit of public order police is assigned with that task. Hence, they are equipped with equipment relevant to protect people from embarking on these riots and so forth. The station commander is mainly on the first core business of prevention of crime and investigation of crime. But also, the station commander has limitation even on that because of the resources that are provided to the station. So the station commander will not have been expected to have an operational plan to deal with this situation. The duty officers that will have attended crime scenes as they were happening, as we were getting reports, stations, the duty officers, not only the duty officer, many other officers at the station will have attended different crime scenes. And obviously, as they attend, they produce reports because an A1 statement in a case docket starts from the person who arrives in the scene first. So that will be available, shouldn't be a problem to get it. But the investigation against a station commander, investigation against a district commissioner, an investigation against my deputies here has never necessarily been initiated to hold anyone accountable for the failure. However, a debriefing in terms of what transpired and where did we fail, what could have been done, that was conducted in order to be able to prevent similar things from happening in the future. A performance review session in as far as crime normally, if the crime at the particular station is going up, the performance of the station is not acceptable, a performance review in terms of our performance assessment process is conducted with the station. So that's the only thing we have in place, not in terms of dealing with riots for the station.
The Premier of KwaZulu-Natal...
May I just, interestingly enough, ask something here, and that is, let's say the conclusion was reached at some point that these barricades in Phoenix need to be broken up, for example, and so on. Would that be a function of the Phoenix police station and the station commander, or a function of POPs?
Commissioner, the breaking up of barricades is not a function of the police, but the section 2053 of the Constitution, if the Commission will go and read it, it outlines exactly what the police must do. With the spirit of creating or maintaining public order in the country or in the province or that particular policing precinct, the police do every other things that will assist the normality to come back to that area. So they will then assist the local authorities in cleaning up the streets. It is not necessarily a police function. We don't give them gloves to be able to carry spade so they can go and remove rubble on the road. We don't do that. Police officers are like me. They all bare hand. And their hands, they use them to arrest criminals. It's only the technical specialized units that we even give them technical gloves. But an ordinary police officer is issued with a firearm, a pepper spray, and handcuffs. That's all. So to go and clean up the street and have a broom to sweep the street or a hosepipe, we don't issue that in the police. Hence, it's not a mandate of the police. We do it as an extra effort, which police officers, they do on a daily basis, which the very same community, unfortunately, on a public perception, doesn't get appreciated.
When did you call the premier of the province? We're talking about between the 4th and the 15th of July. When did you first call the premier regarding the events that were happening at the time in the province?
Yeah, Commissioner, I would be lying if I were to go to my phone and check the records, because as I said, we've been communicating unofficially so on phones on what was happening at Nkandla prior to anything else.
With the premier?
I cannot remember exactly whether I would have told the premier, but I normally constant communication with the MEC most of the time.
Which MEC for the MEC for community safety?
Community safety and liaison. But the premier, as when the whole riot things was beginning to unfold, the premier will call me, I will call him, he will send me messages, or send messages, he will share with me even the voice notes or whatever that is circulating on social media that he sees, he will forward it to me. And I will also communicate back. So there were a lot of engagements that we're having with the premier as well throughout the whole process.
Did you engage with the Minister of Police before he visited the province?
Commissioner, I did indicate yesterday that on the Friday, when the minister left, he flew from Richards Bay Airport through the police aircraft back to Pretoria. When he landed in Pretoria, the news came out of a person was with us in an operation that he had tested positive, and he had to go on self-isolation immediately. Since that time, the minister kept on calling me and I'll update him on things. I remember very well, I think it was a Sunday, if I'm not mistaken, or Monday, Commissioner, where he said, General, I'm not going to sit in this house. The country is burning, I must get out. And I warned the minister, I said, Minister, there are laws about the contacts. Now, if you get out and you get in the vehicle, the people are driving within the vehicle, then they test positive, and one of them dies, you're going to be held accountable for that. So, as tough as it is, but you might want to just stay put there in the house. I'll try and run the operations on the ground, although I'm also not in contact with people, but I'm driving around on my own, at least. Let's try and manage it like that. Go into the test, and when you get the result, you'll be able to come out. So there was a lot of communication we're having with the minister. He was agitated sitting in this house.
Yeah, but before self-isolation, did you at any time between the 4th and the 9th contact the minister regarding the situation in KZN?
Yeah, no, definitely. I had communicated with the minister many times. I at times don't think the week goes by without talking to the minister. He
Okay.
fortunately lives here. And as a result, on the day of the 7th, we were together in an operation.
General Mkhwanazi, just some clarity. Thank you very much, Commissioner Nissen. Advocate Boang has just asked you on the question of accountability, and you indicated that your police officials would not be held accountable for the deaths, for example, of an individual member of society to the extent that it would be something notable. Now, in the last response you've given, you've indicated to us that you advised the minister that if one person would die because they contracted COVID as a result of infection they would have gotten from him, he would be held accountable. There seems to be a contradiction in those statements. Could you please explain, General?
Thank you so much, ma'am. Commissioner, any police officer that would be responsible, directly responsible, or with, on the death of any individual will be held accountable. In a matter of fact, he will be criminally charged. And there are a lot of police officers that are in prison as we speak that have been arrested because of that. Police officers will shoot members of the public, unarmed police officers will interrogate in a manner that is not allowed by suffocating a member of the public, and the member of the public dies, is held accountable. I was talking about the accountability in as far as the question was asked about the number of people that died in Phoenix, 36 bodies, whether the station command of Phoenix has been held accountable for those deaths. The station command of Phoenix did not kill them, neither the members of the station killed them. These are the people that were killed in many times, in majority of the instances, if not all, without the presence of the police. So the police will only come to the scene when they are called or they drive around and they see a dead body. So the question was about that dead body that is picked up on the street. Why is a police officer or a station commander not being held accountable for that dead body? So it was that where I say the police officers don't necessarily take responsibility for your husband having killed you in your house, that the police failed to protect you. We don't hold police officers accountable for that. But when a person tests positive, like myself, or the minister in this case, not test positive, I beg your pardon, is in contact with the person who tested positive of COVID-19, and within a day or two, knowingly so, that he is in contact, direct contact with the person who tested positive, he then goes and sits next to a person who was not a contact. And if that person is not a contact, because on his own, by doing that, is violating the law already. So that's what I was questioning the minister about. That's a first. But should that person that is in contact with something drastically happen to that person, he contracts this virus from the minister, and that person happens to die, it will even be worse for the minister, because it will be a direct contact to a person that will have led to the person's death. So a dead body picked up somewhere, who you hold accountable for is a different case. A person that you have inflicted with COVID, or a person you will have shot, you will have to take direct accountability for. So it is in that context I was trying to explain it. I hope I'm clear.
You are very clear, General. Just as a follow-up then to that, it's well established that there were barricades outside the Phoenix police station on either side, as you have also indicated. In order for police officials to come in and out of this police station, they would have had to pass these barricades. It's also well established that there are people who were victimized and who were subjected to physical violence, and some who died in the hands of those who had installed these barricades. In your view, should any police official then be held accountable? Should we even ask any questions about which police officials moved in and out of the police station, witnessed these barricades being installed, and as a result of these barricades, lives were lost? Should any police official be held accountable for this?
Commissioner, a commission can be established to determine that through investigation criminally, I cannot say that we can find an evidence of a police officer that deliberately stood by and watched people setting up barricades. We were investigating a number of police officers, their whereabouts during the period, and I'm sorry to say this part of what contributes to the bad publicity, the image that the police has created, that 2 of the police reservists that were working in Phoenix were alleged to have been involved with these people that were erecting barricades. They were part of the people that are perceived to have been involved with, who have caused harm to the society by either causing injuries or kill them. So 2 of the police reservists were alleged to have used police firearms, which they were issued with, to go out there and execute some crimes. So as a result, those 2 police reservists have been dismissed from the service, and there's criminal investigations on them. So, but the rest of the other police officers, we cannot necessarily say that they were standing there and looking at people erecting barricades. So they will have tried everything they can to stop that from happening. But as I said, Commissioner, the SAPS management took a decision that we will not issue wraparounds or less lethal weapons that are used in dispersing crowds to the police station, to the police officers that are working at the station, because of many other incidents that has happened before. As much as it is called less than lethal, it does not mean it is not lethal. A rubber round can kill you. We have an Unrest that done, the late, may so rest in peace, incidents like that happen when you use a rubber round and yet a person dies. It is alleged in Johannesburg that the rubber round was used, 1 student died. So even if you're using this less than lethal, does not necessarily mean that you must give it to any other police officer. You will give it to a specific police officer that is trained to utilize it. So unfortunately, police officers at the station are not necessarily equipped to be able to deal with crowds. They will see the incidents happening and they mobilize crowd control unit to come over and assist. They might be there at times when the masses are coming together and they are blocking the road and they are powerless because the only thing they have in their position is a live ammunition. And they cannot use their live ammunition to people who are not armed. That's where the risk is most of the time. So it is a system that I said, unfortunately, yesterday, we're going to expose here in public that makes limitations. So hoping that the very same instigators are not going to capitalize on these weaknesses again. But we do have those weaknesses, Commissioner.
May I just follow up on that? You mentioned yesterday that police officers were actually also coming to places like Nhlanhla and telling people, you know, they can't barricade streets. So there it appears then that the police did involve themselves with the barricade issue. So if those people would then refuse, if people would refuse to remove the barricades, whose responsibility is it then to make sure that action is taken? Isn't it, like in the case of Phoenix police station, the Phoenix police, or is it someone else?
Commissioner, the South African Police Service or South African police officer, his or her job is to enforce the law, not to write the law. And when we feel as a police officer that a law has been broken, you find a group of people standing in front of a barricade. You do not know who erected the barricade. You suspect that one of them have erected the barricade. There's 5 of them. You take all 5 of them, you put them in the back of the vehicle, you send them to the police station, you open a case against them, you send the case docket to court. The first question that the prosecutor asks you before he places that case in a court roll, he asks you who did it amongst these 5. You do not have any evidence to say who amongst them. Yes, they were standing there in front of it. And you could see that they seems to be the people that have erected this barricade. But they are standing next to it. And you are saying to them, remove this barricade. They said, no, we're not going to remove it. And you arrest them. And you go to court. They ask the first question is, did you see any one of them doing it? And you say, no, Your Worship, I did not see anyone. And the court releases those people. The chance are that if you detain them, they're going to be released on cost. Then the state is going to have to pay for it. So there's civil claims coming with it. It's a delicate situation that police officer will need to, as they were applying the law on the street, you need to understand that. That's why the first point of call will be, in such a situation, you rather negotiate with these people to remove it. If they do not want to remove it, you then call on the local authorities to bring the people that are employed to clean the streets to come and remove and assist remove. Because some barricades is heavy object. You know, there are many instances in the province of KZN where they bring stones that weigh tons of kgs that you cannot touch. You need those earth machines to be able to remove them. So that's why I was saying it's not a police job, because they are not equipped with such. We use local authorities to help us to remove those barricades. In the case, Commissioner must explain, Phoenix barricades were different than the rest of the barricades we had in the province. The rest of Mhlanga Rocks, Durban North, and any other place, they set out barricades at the entrance of that neighborhood. They would block the entrance and leave, maybe put a kind of a boom gate or something at the entrance, kind of a stop and search. When anyone comes in, they ask, say, do you stay here? Where are you going? Who are you? Because of fear that maybe you are coming to destroy their infrastructure that they have in that communities. But in Phoenix, it was not the case. The entire Phoenix highway, there were barricades, the entire road. And the communities are standing in front of their houses because these barricades are on the houses. So you are allowed to drive in Phoenix. It's just that you don't drive straight. You drive zigzag. So as we are doing that, if there are others that might not like you from what you've seen in the video, they stop you there when you are turning and they stop. They ask you the question, where are you going? Not that they were like in other towns. So in other places, it was the entrance into the place. So Phoenix entrances, I think there's 5 of them. We would have expected maybe they would have set up barricades in these 5 entrances, but that was not the case. It was the entire Phoenix highway that had barricades and many other streets. So it was just as I said earlier, like a war zone. It was a different setup.
Second question, the evidence we have before us is at one of those barricades, the one in Phoenix Highway, close to the police station. Well, we know of at least one shot. So a firearm was discharged there. Now, as we know, I mean, it is, to begin with, to discharge a firearm in public is a criminal offense. So if one take that incident, for example, then it does appear that the police must have known, the Phoenix police must have known that there are untoward action, to put it mildly, criminal action taking place at some of these barricades in Phoenix. To then act, as far as that is concerned, isn't that the task of the police station in Phoenix, or the police in Phoenix?
Commissioner, I don't think I understand the Commissioner well. You're saying that the task of the police to investigate the person that fired the shot? I don't think I understand.
Well, the fact of the matter is there's evidence that at some of these barricades there were criminal activity taking place, and the police of Phoenix must have known about that. And then, but there is no indication that they ever acted in terms of that knowledge, or are you saying you're not aware that they knew at all that there was criminal activity taking place at some of these barricades in Phoenix?
Commissioner, the Phoenix SAPS members, as they were on duty, they were observing a lot of criminal activities that were taking place. As a result, a number of case dockets were registered by the Phoenix SAPS. As a result, a number of suspects were arrested. Phoenix SAPS obviously being assisted by the district as well as the province. A number of items were recovered. So it can't be true that the Phoenix SAPS did not do anything, because almost every other person that was arrested will have been processed at Phoenix police station. Somewhere in July, I think I was on leave, I saw that when I came back from leave, that as the feedbacks were coming in, giving the status, the minister would have wanted to know the full details about Phoenix. So the station commander will have written a letter that outlines the situation in Phoenix as he was observing and what they were confronted with in Phoenix. So the Phoenix SAPS did act. As I said, Commissioner, it might not necessarily have been in a preventative part of things, but the investigations or stabilizing or preventing the further unrest or further incidents of murders and the likes, they will have acted. I said when I presented to the Commission yesterday that the first priority for the SAPS, according to my instruction, was to secure a police station. The size of the Phoenix, I do not have the figures of the square meter size of Phoenix as an area. But the size of Phoenix, the population size of Phoenix, I think they are over 200 to something thousand probably. That size, compared to the number of police officers that are employed in Phoenix, and the taskings that Phoenix were given, that Phoenix take position at the police station, take position at this national key point, take position at this critical infrastructure, that allowed the streets to stay open. So anybody who would have wanted to erect any blockage on the street, they were free to do that because there were no police moving up and down the street easily when this thing started, because we did not have the numbers on the ground. So the blame, yes, would be on the police, that police should have been in all these 1,000 streets of eThekwini. I said yesterday when I presented that it was just impossible to be everywhere. It's a big country, it's a big district.
General, we agree with you that the police service was overwhelmed by the events that happened in July, and it would have been impossible for them to be everywhere. The concern here is that there were barricades that were right outside a police station, burning, fires burning. You have informed this commission that every 5 meters there were barricades. There were police officials moving in and out through these barricades. You have rightly pointed to the fact that it looked like a war zone. People lost their lives. There are people who are now living with disabilities. They've lost their jobs, they've lost their income, and they are watching and listening to you. You have rightly pointed to the problem of trust between the public and the police. There's a huge problem of a trust deficit between the public and the police. Society seems to be unable to trust the police because of a culture of impunity. It seems that the police act like robots, as if there's no feeling, there's no humanity, because the law says this, and therefore, since the law says this, I can't act as a human to serve and to protect society. This is what we are trying to make sense of. How it is that fires can burn, people's cars can burn right outside a police station. We heard the evidence, and I hope you did too, General Mkhwanazi, of someone who, after being shot, drove their car to the police station, bleeding as they were, coming from work. They ended up seated right outside the police station. Police officials, about 15 of them, were going in and out, telling jokes, laughing, throwing guns at each other, with no care for this human soul. I'm appealing to your humanity and your human nature in helping us to make sense of this. Yes, we understand that you are guided by certain laws in the manner in which you execute your functions, but we are humans. How do we make sense of this? What do we say to the people who are victims of this violence, who live with the deep psychological scars of what happened in July? What do we say to them? There are people who came here who told us that they just can't look at the police anymore, who curse the Phoenix police station. Do you think that this manner of response is enough to soothe, at least soothe their pain, even if it doesn't bring them justice? This is what we are appealing to you, General.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, you will forgive me. I'm neither a psychologist or a trained social worker. I hardly go to church, so I might not be good in motivating people. I have a job to perform as a police officer. If the crime is committed, a complainant must come and report it, and it's my job to investigate. If somebody commits a crime, and if all possible, I must be able to prevent that. I must put plans in place that is going to allow me to prevent that crime from happening. 11 million citizens, 11.5 million South Africans that lives in KZN province. 18,000 police officers on average. We deploy 2,000 or 5,000 police officers at a time because they work on shifts. I do not make, as the police, I'm speaking on behalf of these 18,000 men and women in blue. We don't make labor laws that allow us to work on shift and rest. We do not make laws that say, if you see a person doing this to me, police officer takes this person to Westville prison. Commissioner, police officers are traumatized themselves. I said when I presented yesterday, the very same society need to appreciate that there are police officers that they were threatened during the very same period, and I can prove it to this commission with the voice notes and messages, that the family members will ask a father, a mother who leaves the house and say, you are getting your gun and you are going out there to go and protect that person in that other locality, and you are leaving me in my house, in my kids alone. Who's protecting us? It is a sacrifice a police officer consciously will take and say, I will go and execute the job I'm employed to execute. I first go to the station commander says to me, I must go to Phoenix and work in Phoenix. I shall go to Phoenix and not at Inanda. So a police officer executes as the priority are given to him. When he arrives at Phoenix, he's told, protect the police station, not the street. And incidents happens on the street. Police officer in using his initiative, yes, if he sees crime happening in front of him, he must act. He's obliged to do that. If anyone can bring evidence that that police officer failed to act, the minister or the government have created a department that is called Independent Police Investigative Directorate. They are there to help investigating criminal act against police officers. A police officer that will allow somebody being beaten, a police officer will stand by and watch a person being attacked and not act, that police officer needs to be charged. It is written in books, it is there. So I'll urge the communities, those that know, that can tell us that this is a police officer who did that we can be able to conduct investigation against them. We'll encourage the society that will have experienced the service, the poor service rendered to them by the South African Police Service in Phoenix particular, to come forward and say, on such and such a day, in this hour, I was here, and I saw this vehicle with this number plate, and this is what happened, and so that we can be able to take action. To generalize, Commissioner, and say, generally, people do not have trust in the South African Police Service, I do not think it's a fair assessment of the South African Police Service. To date, prisons in KZN, they've got 3,000 more criminals behind bars. And if it was to me, these General Mkhwanazi, and the rest of these police officers, any person we arrest, must stay in prison for life, if it was for us, as the police. But unfortunately, we don't make the rules. We arrest you, we send you to court, the very same magistrate releases you on bail. The fact that you have raped, you have killed, it means nothing to court, because court have got their own processes. How we feel as a police, it means nothing to them. They give you bail, and the person walks out. Who gets criticized? It's a police officer. That you arrest this person today, you're releasing this person tomorrow. They don't know what is released by court and under what circumstances. And then the court sentences this person to prison. He goes and he kills someone, he goes to prison, and their cases go and lead it on TV, it's there, to date. There are people that are busy negotiating to go on parole, and yet they've killed people. And they're negotiating, and society allows that. That, okay, well, you've served a half of your sentence, now you must go back to community. Commissioner, we arrest quite a number of those that were given parole. They go out the very same day, they rape, they kill. We take them back into the system again. The question is the system working? I ask when I present crime stats in this province that how many prisons must we build in this country? Something is wrong with the society. KZN, majority of the people that are killed in this KZN, they are killed where the police are not there to see. They are killed in houses. You know, there's multiple murders. They fight over stupid things. Not even one of these communities are making firearms. And I'll show it to the commission if you want to see evidence of how many murders. We are talking 36 murders that happened in Phoenix in that period. But in this financial year, since we started in April to date, how many murders were recorded in Phoenix? You will be shocked that the number of murders in Phoenix are not coming anywhere closer to the next door neighbor, which is Nanda. Nanda is known for rapes and all these other crimes that we have. The very same communities, they are crying about the murders that happen in Phoenix, and yet they slaughter each other every single day in the very same Nanda. So we ask ourselves a question: what is the problem? What must the police do? Yes, we take the blame. We fire the rest of the police because the society doesn't like them. Employ new police officers. We're still going to find the same results until we get to the bottom of the problem in society. You ask ourselves, Commissioner, is these thousands of people that died during this July, majority of them should have sat in their houses, they will not have died. Not that we are saying that the death of a person is acceptable, but a lot of them died because they went out there to go and loot, and they fall, the crowd stumble on top of them, and they die. Now we've got deaths, we've got inquest here where we don't know who killed this person. He just died, the boat was standing there, no injuries, nothing, because a person fell and the crowds came on top of him. The question is, what made this person to leave the house and go and steal that grocery from the shop? Maybe it was driven by hunger, but was it supposed to be done like that? I do not know. As a police, I don't have answers. And it's difficult because until this commission look at the causes of this violence and the behavior of the public towards this violence which led into these deaths, we perhaps might find answers. We're looking for the answers as the police. It doesn't give us joy to arrest people. It doesn't.
General Mkhwanazi.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Good evening. The question is very clear. You say you went to Phoenix. The road was barricaded. There is a police station there. What did the police do in that police station to prevent that barricade? It's a simple question.
They did nothing, sir.
The police did nothing.
The police did not stop the barricade because it was erected without them seeing it. So they did not clean it up immediately until afterwards when we were doing the mop-up.
You are the accounting officer of this province, of SAPS.
KZN, yes, that's correct.
Yes. And it is your responsibility for that kind of incident to be reported to you.
It's not my responsibility. It's the responsibility of the person who observed that to report to me.
Has it been reported to you?
There were many reports of a lot of incidents at the time, say, a specific barricade with a GPS coordinate. I will not remember that this one was reported. But barricades in general, yes.
Let's go back to the police. You say the police did nothing.
In relation to the barricades that were erected in front of the police station.
Is there anyone who has been held accountable for that failure?
The police did not fail, sir. They did not fail to execute their constitutional mandate by failing to remove a barricade. It was not their mandate.
Mr. Mkhwanazi, you say the police did nothing to stop the barricade.
Not, the barricade can't be stopped. It is there already.
What did the police do to ensure that it does not even get to be erected?
Commissioner, I'm going to repeat again. I said when I presented yesterday, there are over 1,000 roads, 1,000 kilometer
No, Mr.
roads
Mkhwanazi.
in this. No, allow me,
Mr.
sir. Allow me.
Mkhwanazi, no,
Allow me.
No, wait.
The police were not in every meter of the streets. Majority of these barricades were erected without the police seeing the people that were erecting the barricades. I drove through those barricades myself in the middle of the night. There's absolutely nothing wrong that will say the police, there's an evidence brought to me that says when this barricade was erected, there was this patrol van that was standing and watching. Nothing. So they were erected without police seeing them. Same as the murders that happened in Phoenix. It's not that the murders happened when the police were standing there and watching.
How many police were on duty that day?
On duty where, sir?
In Phoenix.
I don't have the record in front of me of which day we're talking about, because the number of days.
During the day, you say there were barricades.
So the barricades stood in Phoenix for a couple of days. They were not there in one day.
Do you know when were they erected?
I do not know.
What do you know?
I know that I'm General Mkhwanazi and I'm a police officer.
Okay. At some point, you are the acting National Commissioner of SAPS. Is that correct?
Relevance of this question, Commissioner?
Answer the question, Mr. Mkhwanazi.
I don't want to.
No, but I mean it's definitely not irrelevant. It relates to your police work. So,
Commissioner, no, I still want to know what's the relevance of it.
No, I think it's highly relevant because it has to do with your police work, and that's why you are here. So I think you should answer the question.
Perhaps before Mr. Mkhwanazi answer this question, may I take this opportunity to read Section 22 of the South African Human Rights Act. This is the South African Human Rights Commission Act 40 of 2013. I'm going to read some provisions of Section 22 of this act. It is titled Offences and Penalties. A person who, A, without just cause, refuses or fails to comply with a notice under Section 15(1)(c), or refuses to take the oath or make an affirmation at the request of the Commission in terms of Section 15(1)(d), or refuses to answer any question put to him or her under Section 15(1)(d), or refuses to or fails to furnish particulars or information required from him or her under that section. Do you understand that, Mr. Mkhwanazi?
Commissioner, can I be finished with a copy of the section that the gentleman is talking about? I don't want to trust what he's reading.
Let me proceed, Chairperson.
Yeah, let's just
Before
understand one thing quickly, Commissioner of Police.
Before you make those remarks, let me proceed and say something from this section.
Okay, proceed.
Now, a person who fails in terms of Section 2A of this Act, who fails or refuses to answer any questions put to him, is guilty of an offense and liable on conviction to a fine or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 6 months. Over to you, Chairperson. I hope that is understood.
Yes, so when questions are put to you, General, I will obviously protect you in the sense that, you should be given the opportunity to answer the question, but you should please direct your answer specifically to that question and answers that particular question and not, give explanations and so on that are not relevant to the particular question. So that's why we speak of evidence leaders. They are leading the evidence, which then means that, if they put a question to you, your answers should be relevant to that question. And if they interrupt you to say that you are not answering the question, then it is because they want the answer to that particular question. So let's just stick to trying to answer the specific questions, put to you. Unless, as we discussed yesterday, or as been discussed with you yesterday, I'm informed, it relates directly to a matter of national security that should rather be conveyed to us in camera. But as far as other questions are concerned, it is you would be quite acquainted with proceedings of a similar nature, being a senior police officer. Then, the one putting the question can insist on an answer to that particular question unless the panel rules that the question is irrelevant or that it is inappropriate for some other reason or has already been answered, or whatever the case may be. So let's just please try and get answers to these specific questions posed as best we can. That is all we're trying to do. Thank you.
Chair, I've got an indication from sorry, I don't know your rank. Major General, I think you're from Legal Department. He wants to have, he requests that for an adjournment, he wants to confer to Mr. Mkhwanazi.
We can do so. How long do you want us to adjourn? You can speak. I mean, you're under oath as well. So.
Yes. Can I finish? I've got my iPad here, so you can have this section 22, or you can go on the website to have, or we can make a copy for you for this section if you wish.
The adjournment, can it be for 10 minutes until 4:45?
10 minutes is fine.
We adjourn for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Sorry, Chair, am I allowed to comment? The Commission has called me for the third time today. And if these adjournments are going to, we're not going to finish again at 5, I have 24 hours availability. So I'm going to request that we finish whatever we do today. That is my plea. Otherwise, if we come 5 o'clock and we are not done again and I should be asked to come back, I think it will be unfair.
No, we hear what you say and we will deal with the matter when we, get to that mark.
Can I request then, Chair, that we adjourn for 2 minutes, not 10?
For 2 minutes?
That's correct.
Okay, let's make it 5 minutes. 22, we will continue. Thanks. Are we ready to proceed, Commissioner? Yes, we can proceed, please.
Yes.
Maybe can we just get feedback? Has everything been sorted out during the break?
No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what is happening, but I persist with my questions.
Okay, Commissioner, you ready to continue? Commissioner?
Yes, we are ready, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Please continue.
Yes. Perhaps I must say this to the Commissioner, that you are here to be of assistance to this Commission. We are very sensitive in respect of the issues that you highlighted yesterday. So please be assured that I would not pose questions that would go to the heart of the national security of the country, because I personally am sensitive to those issues. And I need not say that I was one of the senior government employees in this province, so I'm pretty much au fait with issues of state security and stuff like that. So in no way would my questions even go that nearer to that issue. Do you understand?
I understand, Commissioner.
Now, my question before we adjourned was that at some point you were the acting national commissioner.
That is correct.
You joined the police in 1993, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then following that, you obtained 2 tertiary qualifications, is that correct?
That's correct.
And having been an acting national commissioner, you have an appreciation of what are the duties of the national commissioner.
That's correct.
Before you were appointed, you acted in this province.
That is correct.
And now you say you asked for the transfer to be a provincial commissioner.
That is correct.
Last week, Minister Mapisa, former Minister of Defense, Nosiviwe Mapisa Nqakula, testified, and he painted you as someone who was uncooperative. Your comment on that?
Yes, Commissioner, I was listening to the testimony and I was just confused, and I did not understand where the former minister was taking that.
What do you mean you're confused?
Commissioner, for starters, ministers, I don't believe they're employed to run operations. So when the former minister says to the commission that she came to the province and I was not cooperative to her in the province, I was just confused as to what is it that's supposed to cooperate with the minister on, because she landed here on the 15th We had a meeting, a closed meeting first, then an open meeting with the rest of the colleagues where we brief all
Where
the
did
ministers.
that meeting take place?
It took place at the Disaster Management Center of eThekwini, next
Okay.
to the Devon Station.
Yes. It's on the 15th, it's you and her and others?
The meeting was chaired by the Premier,
Yes.
and the three ministers, Minister of Police, State Security and Defense were there, and a couple of MECs, including the one of Community Safety and Liaison, were in that meeting.
This is the 15th of July.
Yes, sir, that's the 15th of July.
The minister said here a series of meetings, daily meetings, were held at SAHRC. I believe that is your provincial headquarters. Is that correct?
No, Commissioner, the provincial head office is sitting at Bramfisher Street in town.
Headquarters of the province.
The SAHRC is the old name of a police station which is Durban Central, right next to the magistrate court.
Okay.
That is SAHRC.
Okay, where is the provincial office?
The provincial office is at number 15 Bramfisher Street in town, towards Point. It's not very far from where the SAHRC is.
Is that where you held a series of meetings with the minister?
That is negative. The minister arrived here on the 15th and went straight to the Disaster Management Center, which is under the Metro Department. Disaster Management Center is under eThekwini Metro. We met there on the 15th in the morning. The next time I met the minister was during the visit of the state president the following day. I assume she came down because of a visit that the president was going to do the following day.
The minister says she arrived here on the 15th of July. She left on the 23rd of July. And during that period, 8 or 9 days, she attended to a series of meetings at the police provincial office here in Durban. Is that correct?
Commissioner, between the 15th until the 18th, I was still in the province. The minister did not attend a single meeting at the provincial office in Durban. Did she get any briefing from me or any of the team that we were working with as a joint structure between those dates, 15, other than the 15 when I briefed them, until the 18 when I left? She never came to the provincial office.
To your knowledge, where was the minister based?
The information I know is that the minister was based at Beverly Hills Hotel.
Beverly Hills Hotel is down the road from here.
At the beachfront.
At the beachfront, yes.
Yeah, that's correct.
And I believe, according to her, after you left to attend to family responsibilities, General Mkhwanazi was acting. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, General Mkhwanazi is sitting next to you. Ma'am, can you please switch on your microphone? I know you're under oath. Do you
That's
confirm that?
That is correct, Commissioner.
General Mkhwanazi says at no stage did the minister attend to the provincial office of the SAPS in Durban.
Commissioner, the first meeting, the Minister, Nhlanhla, attended the meeting at the provincial office was on a Tuesday when General Mkhwanazi was already on leave
Yes.
and I was acting.
Yes. Tell us during that period when you were acting, where was former Minister Nosiviwe Nhlanhla and former Minister of Intelligence, Ms. Ayanda Ndlolo? Where were they based?
Commissioner,
Or
yesterday,
where were they based? For
Okay.
purposes of meetings. Yes.
Okay, Commissioner, yesterday I did highlight how I met the ministers. I can just repeat it now that during the time of unrest, when General Mkhwanazi was here, as a person that was in charge of operations and everything that was happening in the province, I was in constant liaison with the colonels of the SANDF until they brought to my attention that there are generals that are in the province deployed from national office that are going to be in charge of the operations or in charge of the SANDF deployment, which is called Operation Prosper. When they brought that to my attention, I needed to know, because I needed to meet them so that we coordinate and communicate as to how and where we deploy. Then on Sunday, the 18th, I was informed by an officer within crime intelligence that the generals of SANDF are sitting at Beverly Hills Hotel. Then myself and General Zulu, who was deployed by National to come and assist, we invited ourselves to the meeting of the generals that was, or we drove to Beverly Hills and we found them sitting there, and we went to them, we introduced ourselves, and they received us. And they didn't have a problem with us coming and sitting with them and discussing where we need deployments.
Did they tell you that they were based there at the Beverly Hills, a 5-star hotel?
Commissioner, I was not told by them. I learned about them being there from our crime intelligence from provincial office, from SAPS. Then I went there uninvited. But they didn't have a problem with us coming to them and having to discuss the issues. They didn't have issues with that. So we sat in the meeting, we discussed the operations, we discussed the deployments. And then they offered to introduce us, that's myself and Gerald Zulu, to the ministers whom were sitting in one of the boardrooms at the hotel upstairs. We agreed.
What floor was this in this hotel?
If I'm not mistaken, it was just upstairs because we used the stairs. We didn't even use the lifts. I think it was one floor up, that bottom. That's where it was situated. We talk about
so these two ministers were Minister of Defense, Minister of Intelligence, were in the boardroom at Beverly Hills that time.
That is correct, and there were other officials from SSA.
Because you were acting, okay, please proceed from there. I'll ask.
Okay.
That question afterwards.
Thank you, Commissioner. And then we agreed to go and meet the ministers. We went to this boardroom, and they also didn't have a problem with us being there. So we greeted, and they wanted to know from us what is the situation in the province. We briefed them what the situations was at the time and the current threats that were there at the time. And it was a meeting, informal meeting, but because we were just there to be introduced, we were not privy to what else was discussed. So we had that briefing meeting with them until in the evening, and then they requested us to join them again for another briefing meeting in the morning, 7 o'clock.
Which was, what date was this?
On the 19th, that was Monday.
19th, yes.
So we again joined the meeting on the 19th at 7 o'clock. It was a brief, again, very short meeting because the ministers were preparing to join another meeting with the president, or with the national, if I'm not mistaken, but I think it was with the president was chairing the meeting. So we briefed them.
Who was chairing the meeting?
The meeting that they were supposed to join, it was a national meeting that was chaired by the president.
Okay. But was it a virtual meeting?
It was a virtual meeting,
yes.
So we had a meeting on Monday at 7, a brief meeting. We briefed them about what was happening in the province, and the threats and the operations that we had in place at the time, and then that was it. So it was a short meeting. After that, the follow-up meetings, like I indicated, the rest of the meetings that we had, that was the last meeting that we attended at Beverly Hills on Monday, it was the second meeting. The rest of the meetings that we had with the ministers, where Minister Nhlanhla was, and Minister Nhlanla, and Minister Celi, then we had those meetings at the provincial office at the 17th floor boardroom.
So it's only upon arrival of Mr. Cele that the meetings now took place at the provincial office?
I would say so, because the meetings, the follow-up meetings that we had at provincial office with the ministers, our minister Cele was also part of. So I wouldn't say whether they were still holding other meetings at the hotel or not, but we were not part of the meetings at the hotel after Monday.
But all you know, you met them at Beverly Hills Hotel?
That is correct, Commissioner. We were actually introduced, and then we met them. We created the rapport where we were like communicating about what was happening in the province. From there, we then continued with this communication and the series of meetings.
Now, the minister was here. She made no mention about any meeting whatsoever at Beverly Hills Hotel. What's your comment on that?
I'm not sure whether I can comment on that.
Yes,
but
please comment.
I'm not sure why the minister did not mention the meetings at Beverly Hills, because what I'm saying is factual, it's facts.
So it's factual what you're saying, that
Yes,
you
that
met
is-
the minister, Minister Mapisa Ngakula, at Beverly Hills.
That is correct.
Hotel.
It was Minister Ngakula and Minister Lolo and other officials.
And Minister
senior-
Lolo.
Yes,
And other generals from SANDF.
the generals at SNDF. The actual intention of us going to Beverly Hills was to meet the generals and start discussing the operations.
I'm going to read this to you, and please, General Nhlanhla, I'm going to ask you this question to come in. This is a statement of former Minister of Defense, who's the current Speaker of the National Assembly, at paragraph 16.13. She says the following. In fact, I'll start from 6.12. On 15 July 2021, I departed at 1600, this is AM, to Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, where I remained for a further 8 days to manage the situation on the ground. Did you hear that?
Yes, I hear that, Commissioner.
To manage the situation on the ground. On the ground, it would mean, according to you, what would that mean?
Well, I'm not sure what on the ground would mean for the minister, but in terms of my language, on the ground it means you command the operations, you visit the operations, you get the briefing, you brief, you redirect the resources according to hotspots or according to threats. That is my interpretation of being on the ground.
Not at Beverly Hills. Beverly Hills won't be on the ground.
Like I said, in terms of the minister's interpretation of being on the ground and my interpretation as a police officer might differ.
Okay. The following paragraph says, any comment, General Mkhwanazi, on that score?
Commissioner, my understanding will be, as the former minister will have been a chairperson of the cluster, security cluster, she will have needed to first arrive at the operational area of the security forces that were deployed in all to observe how is the coordination of all the security forces together. So that will have meant the minister will have arrived at the provincial office
Now,
and get a briefing from there of what's happening. That's the ground that I think the minister would have been positioned to manage the operations.
Now, the minister says in paragraph 6.13, at 8 o'clock a.m. on 15 July 2021, a meeting took place at the police headquarters in Durban. Also present at this meeting were Minister Lolo, as Minister of State Security in bracket, and Minister Cele, Minister of Police. Were you part of that meeting, Mr. Nhlanhla, Mr. Mkhwanazi, you are still present.
Commissioner, that is correct. The meeting on the 15th took place. However, it was not at the police headquarters. It was at the Disaster Management Center. That's where the meeting was.
That is of eThekwini municipality.
That's correct.
Now, you said that meeting was chaired by the Premier of the province, Mr. Nhlanhla.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Now, paragraph 16.13 has got A, B, and C. Now, she says, the KZN Police Commissioner, even after involvement of SANDF members at the level of generals, was, in my view, not upfront about where to deploy the SANDF, but rather kept the focus at employment of the SANDF at national key points. Mr. Mkhwanazi, the minister here says you're not upfront about where the SANDF should be deployed. Is that correct?
Commissioner, what the minister said in her statement, it is not true.
General Makoba, were you part of that meeting?
Commissioner, no, I was not part of the meeting, the one that took place on the 15th.
Now, she says on subparagraph B, a few SANDF members were deployed to protect and secure infrastructure such as malls. Now, information was not coming through the security agencies, but through social media, and this was then, of course, unverified and unreliable information in many instances. Your comment, General Mkhwanazi.
Commissioner, the minister was expressing a view. I believe that she was privy to the briefing of the intelligence at the national office before coming down to the province, so I will not necessarily comment much on that.
Now, listen to what the minister says specifically about you, Mr. General Mkhwanazi. At paragraph 6.14, the minister says, on 16 July 2021, the President visited KZN and was in the main receiving briefings from ministers on the ground. As the KZN Police Commissioner, in my experience, on the day, remained in the background and did not step forward. Thereafter, the KZN Police Commissioner went on paternity leave, and under the acting KZN Police Commissioner, I felt that there was better cooperation between the SAPS, SSA, and SANDF. The acting KZN Police Commissioner regularly attended daily meetings as from 17 July 2021. General Mkhwanazi.
Commissioner, when I read this paragraph, a copy that I was finished with at the head office, which was commissioned by a warrant officer, Cornelius, a son was taken by the minister. I could confirm that this, what is written here, Commissioner, on 6.14, it's a lie. It's unfortunate that it is under oath, but it is a lie. A paragraph that says the acting KZN Police Commissioner regularly attended the daily meetings as from the 17th July. The minister, the commissioner, said it under oath. General Makhoba, that she only started acting on the 19th. The 17th of July, I was still here. And there was no meeting with the minister. And the minister was never seen anywhere during the period. So it is a lie under oath, this one. The first part of the paragraph, where according to her experience, I can put here as an evidence, Commissioner, that the President of the Republic landed at Durban International Airport and went into a holding room at the Presidential Arrival Lounge. I arranged for the boardroom for the President to go into. In that boardroom, the minister went in, myself, the generals of the army who
Which
came with
minister?
Minister Mapisa Ngagula, the former minister, went in there amongst the other ministers that were there to welcome the president. The president was briefed by myself of what transpired on the ground. We left the airport. We drove to Kwamashu, Bridge City Shopping Center. The first stop was at Bridge City. To my surprise, Commissioner, I saw a military armored vehicle. I do not know what is it called. One of those with those very big cannons in front. It was there at the shopping center, which I was not informed that there was a military vehicle of that nature on the ground, but it was there. The president, and this is on the record, the media can go back on the record and check the visit of the president in the province. I am seen on those videos briefing the president of the republic. On camera, people can see it in public. So for the Minister of Defense says I did not step forward, perhaps it might be in English, she might have meant something else, this step forward. I don't know what's the meaning of it. But the briefing of the president was done by myself during the period the president visited. And throughout all the other areas the president was visiting, I was part of those visits because we had planned the security and taking president to all these places with the security details that he had with him.
So you persist that the minister or the former minister of defense and military veterans lied under oath?
Commissioner, it is a statement. If what I have here before me, a sworn statement, it is true that the commission were finished by the same sworn statement. Yes, it's true. This is a lie.
General Makhoba.
Commissioner?
Yes. It is stated here by the minister that under acting KZN Police Commissioner, I felt there was a better cooperation between SAPS, SSA, and SANDF. The acting KZN Police Commissioner regularly attended the daily meetings as from 17 July. Your comment?
My comment is, as I've already indicated, I met the minister, or I became aware of the whereabouts of the minister on the 18th of July in the evening.
That's when you started acting?
No, I started acting officially on Monday the 19th.
19?
Yes.
Yes.
That's correct. Just to repeat, I met the minister on the 18th when I was introduced to the ministers by the generals of the army.
At the Beverly Hills Hotel?
At the Beverly Hills Hotel.
At no stage on the 17th of July did you meet the minister?
No.
What is your comment there? This statement is under oath by the minister. She came to testify here under oath. What is your characterization of what is stated there by the minister?
Maybe I would say maybe the former minister made a mistake with the dates because we didn't meet on the 17th, we met on the 18th.
She made
She made
a
a
mistake about the
mistake.
date.
She made a mistake about the dates.
Were you on the 16th of July, were you with the entourage that accompanied the president to Kwamashu, Bridge City?
On the 15th of July.
No, 16th.
On the 16th.
Yes.
No, I was not. I was
were
not
not
part
there.
of the entourage.
Now, General Mkhwanazi, the minister, paragraph 6.16, do you have that?
Yes, I have it, Commissioner.
Now, I will skip that and go to paragraph 6.20. Can you go there? 6.20.
Yes, I'm there.
The minister says there, furthermore, as much as we have all these laws aimed at regulating intelligence gathering and cooperation on this front with an intention to stop competition between the agencies for the attention of the president, my experience in the July events has been that we have not overcome this issue. Listen to this one carefully. The minister says there, the reluctance of the KZN Police Commissioner to share information just brought this matter home again. General Mkhwanazi, you are being accused of a serious issue that you were reluctant to share information with the SANDF. Your comment.
Commissioner, it is not true what the minister is saying again in her statement, the former minister. Commissioner, the SAPS and myself specific, together with General Makova seated next to me, we engaged with both the National Office, General Masimula, as well as the SNDF through Colonel Nhlanhla, who is in charge of the SNDF in the province. And we indicated the need of the deployment of the SNDF to assist us in managing the operations of this unrest. The Minister of Police, which in normal processes will have required General Masimula through the Office of the National Commissioner to write a letter to the Minister of Police requesting the Minister of Police to sign a letter to the Minister of the National Defense Force requesting the SNDF to deploy in KZN. And the Minister of Police will have written a letter and signed it on the 12th of July, which outline exactly what is it that we are requesting the SNDF to come and do. The letter is available. I believe the Commission has a copy of it, that letter from Mr. Cele. Whatever is contained in the letter will have been the need that has been expressed by myself and my colleagues on what we were needing the SNDF to come and do in the province during the unrest. The very first thing we wanted the SNDF to do for us was to protect the national key points for the intention of releasing police officers to go out on the street for the purpose of enforcing the law and protecting the citizens of the Republic. Now, the minister, as I said, Commissioner, arrived here on the 15th. I briefed her on the 15th. I did not see her after that until I left the province on the 18th of July. She only, by default, met my colleague at Beverly Hill Hotel on the 18th as well as on the 19th, before coming back to the province on the 20th, when I was not around. So what she put here in this paragraph seems to suggest that I might have interacted with her, or I might have interacted with the military generals that she came with on the 15th. I did not see them even after they arrived here on the 15th. I saw them in the briefing and they disappeared until the general only learned that they are here because they are deployed. They are not just flying in and out with the minister. Hence, she went to them instead of them coming to her. So that was the unfortunate part that the minister is making a reference on here and bringing me under this, which is unfortunate. Commissioner, I do not know why would the minister under oath write these things. When she appeared here, she said a lot of things which was relating to the meeting we had, which I must say on record, one of the things that I requested the minister to cease from doing, because the day before coming here, she was on television and telling South Africans that over 800 SNDF members were already deployed. And I warned the minister, Minister, you do not go public and tell lie and say these numbers are deployed, because they are not here.
Did you say that in those words?
Exactly, in that closed meeting.
What did you
That's
say?
only one thing I can say. That
Please say it again on record.
No, I said, Minister, you can't go to in front of television and communicate things that are not happening on the ground. It's a lie that there are 800 soldiers here. They are not.
What was her response?
Well, she didn't respond. She kept quiet.
This was a telephone discussion between you and the minister.
That was a verbal communication, that closed meeting that she said I started telling them about things that had nothing to do with an operation, which was accusing me on when she appeared here.
Sorry, is that the meeting on the 15th?
There's the meeting on the 15th, the closed meeting that she wanted to talk about.
Okay. And you say that was the only meeting that you attended with the
The
minister?
first and the last meeting that the minister was available, except I saw her when the visit of the state president the following day. But
Okay.
we were not in a meeting.
I see. Any other communication since the 15th, since that meeting between you and the minister, former Minister of Defense, telephonically, WhatsApp, whatever the case may be?
Nothing whatsoever, Commissioner, to date. I've never spoken to her.
So maybe you can give us an indication as to how exactly that meeting on the 15th, which according to you is the only interaction you had with the minister, former Minister of Defense, can you take us step by step through the meeting? I mean, one of the components was now the matter of the 800 soldiers, but can you give us a more clearer indication of how that meeting went step by step and what was said and what were the responses? That might be helpful.
Chairperson, my understanding is that General Mkhwanazi has already indicated that that was a closed meeting. My understanding is that it was an intelligence briefing, which I do not think he is at liberty to disclose, safe to say what he has just said there. Because if he goes step by step, then he somersaults on his undertaking, and we have assured him that we won't go near anything that exposes the national security.
Yeah, we leave it to him as to how to respond and deal with it. But I mean, there is the accusation that assistance was requested from him and that info wasn't coming forward and that the minister were here with the soldiers, wanted to place them, and he was uncooperative. So maybe...
No, I'm coming to that, Chairperson.
Yes,
If
so
you may
maybe he
permit,
can
yes.
just deal with it.
Yes. General Mkhwanazi, please go to paragraph 6.9a. We seem to have missed something important there. 6.9a.
I'm there, Commissioner.
The minister says there, I had also received a report that the SANDF person in charge on the ground in KZN was at the level of a colonel, which is usually the level at which the SANDF pitch the operational leader in the theater. But in engaging with the SAPS hierarchy, This was proven to be problematic as they were excluding our colonel from intelligence briefings to such an extent that the SANDF was not even clear on where to deploy. Your comment?
Commissioner, it is a hearsay, and to put a hearsay under oath in the statement is problematic because then you take ownership. Nhlanhla was not deployed for an operation. Colonel Nhlanhla was not deployed for an operation in KZN for the unrest. Colonel Nhlanhla is in charge of the SNDF in KZN on a permanent basis. Before the unrest, we've had a number of meetings with Nhlanhla. So he was not deployed for an operation. He was here. Now, if there was a briefing given by the Joint Operations Division to the former Minister of Defense on the 14th, which communicated what the minister says they communicated to her, it is not true. We can submit that, and we have proof of communication with Colonel Nhlanhla about where we want them to deploy as SNDF, and the challenges that Colonel Nhlanhla raised it with us, which we can't disclose here, and the efforts that we took as the SAPS to assist Colonel Nhlanhla as he was in charge of the SNDF to meet some of the needs that he had to mitigate challenges that he was experiencing in order for him to be able to assist us. We have all that on record available long before this briefing of the 14th. So what is contained in this paragraph 6.9, it is not true. But again, it is written as a hearsay from someone at the Joint Operational Divisions within the SNDF.
When were you finished with the statement of the minister by the national office?
Chair, I think we received this on Monday last week when the National Commission first appeared.
22nd of November 2021.
That is correct, if I remember. The National Commission and myself, General Nhlanla, were sanctioned someone to appear, so we had already received the statement.
Now, your reaction upon reading it.
Commissioner, before I even read the statement, when I was hearing communication about the minister presenting before this commission, because she appeared on the same day that we were scheduled to appear.
Yes.
When she was presenting, I started getting phone calls, and the phone calls that were asking me, but what did you do to this former minister? I was confused because I was not watching the program on what was happening in the commission. I then switched on television and I was listening. And I must say, Commissioner, I was a bit upset. I was upset on the former minister, on what she was doing, she was saying about me, which was a blunted lie that was broadcast on TV, about my role and my interaction with the SNDF and her role in the 8 days where she was here, which is not what she said it was in public. And I appreciated the fact that whatever she was talking about was written on a statement. So when I went through the statement, I realized that at least God is on my side, because the commission did not question me on Monday as it was scheduled. It was postponed until later, which was this week. And that granted me an opportunity that when I appear before the commission, I'm going to come and give the real truth of what was happening at the time, which is against what the minister said under oath. So I was upset, but yeah, I'm here today to respond to that.
You've just said what the minister said under oath is a blatant lie. Do you persist with that?
When one takes an oath, I believe, Commissioner, as a police officer, is that you tell the truth, and the only thing you can be a truth is what you know as being the truth. There's a paragraph that talks about a hearsay, which the minister did not. Maybe if she had taken time when she arrived there on the 15th to ask me these things and say, Mkhwanazi, come here. She's a minister of defense and I salute her. It's mandatory for me to give her a salute as a minister. She would have called me and said, General, I'm hearing this complaint. Is it true or not? As my leader, chairperson of the security cluster, I would have explained, we would have resolved this thing at the time on the 15th. She would have got the real truth had she asked, but she didn't bother. The 16th, I still saw her when the president was here. She didn't approach me and ask me anything. The 17th was Saturday. I did not hear anything from the minister. The Sunday, I didn't hear anything. And then the Monday, I'm told then that even the generals will not, perhaps, Jarma Kobul will not have met with her on Sunday if she didn't on her own decide to go to that hotel. So it's unfortunate that it led us into this, but I'm sure it would have been addressed if she had spoken to me up front.
Do you know, if at all, the former Minister of Defense and military veterans ever reported what she alleges to have been your misconduct to either the National Commissioner of Police or to Minister Begicele?
Commissioner, I am not aware of anything, and as a senior person in the police, I believe that in the meeting, in the presence of two other ministers, in the presence of the Premier of the province and a couple of MECs, that surely if I was ill-disciplined, that one of those will have already registered a complaint with the National Commissioner that will have led into my investigation. But as I said, Commissioner, perhaps the statement of a wrong media statement made in public about the numbers of soldiers on the ground, it might perhaps be the main thing that the minister did not like. And many other things that I specifically addressed surrounding the challenges that Colonel Nyalung was experiencing, which required the minister's attention. Perhaps she did not like that.
So you say you are forthright with the minister, and that is the reason you think she painted you in the manner in which she did?
I suspect that could be the reason, not unless there's other motive, because Commissioner, when she started talking about me going on leave and the comments that she made when she appeared before this commission, it made me realize that it looks like the minister was more personal with me than any other things.
One of the things that the minister said was that due to a poor coordination or lack of it thereof, they were made to run like headless chickens. Your comment on that?
Commissioner,
all what we know right now is that the minister. Okay, respond and I'll come after that. Yes.
okay, Commissioner, I really do not know what was expected the minister to do when she arrived in the province, but running around like headless chicken, I wouldn't understand what that means. What I do know is that despite the COVID-19 scare, but the Minister of Police arrived here together with the former Minister of Defense. A briefing was given to them on the 15th by myself, and the Minister of Police called me and he said he wants to go to the ground to go and visit the affected areas, especially Phoenix. He wants to bring the communities together and he wants to have meetings. So therefore he needed the station commander, district commissioners to be on board. And I know the Minister of Police was running around, but not as a head with like a headless chicken, because he had all the briefings. The defense minister cannot tell because I don't believe she did move around.
To your knowledge, did the minister, which ministers went to Phoenix?
The briefing that I was always receiving from the team was that the Minister of Police was the only minister during that time, during my absence, that was visiting the communities in Phoenix.
Yes, in fact, a former minister did say that during her 8-day stay, at no stage did she visit Phoenix. And Phoenix is 10 kilometers away from Beverly Hills. It's 10 kilometers away. As part of your briefings, did you recommend to the ministers to go to the ground, which is Phoenix and other affected areas?
No, Commissioner, we did not necessarily recommend anything to be done by the ministers, respecting the fact that as the ministers will understand their roles and responsibilities, ours was to brief them of the situation on the ground, and if they want to visit wherever they want to visit, we were available to coordinate those visits and ensure that they run smooth, of which only the Minister of Police took that and gave us the taskings.
Now, thank you. Do you have the statement of Minister of Police, Belligerent?
Yes, Commissioner, I do have it.
Let's go to it.
Yes, Minister. Commissioner, sorry.
Do you have it?
That is correct, Commissioner, I do have it.
Now, remember you did confirm that at some point you acted as the National Commissioner, correct?
That is correct.
Now, listen to what the Minister of Police says. Paragraph 16. I'm going to read other paragraphs as well. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Commissioner.
Mr. Belligerent says the following. At paragraph 16, as stated above, pertaining to the violence mainly in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng, for the period leading up to the outbreak thereof, and from the time that the violence broke out to the time it was brought under control, the Minister did not receive an intelligence report from the National Commissioner or the Divisional Commissioner, Crime Intelligence. Paragraph 17 says the following. It should be noted that since December 2020, the Minister have not received any intelligence report or briefing from the SAPS on any matter. Paragraph 18. More specifically, the Minister did not receive intelligence in the form of a report or a briefing before the violent uprising from the SAPS management and or from the State Security Agency as reported. Paragraph 19, it was also reported that early warning intelligence was provided to police management, including the minister, ahead of the unrest between 9 and 12 July 2021. The office of the minister and the minister himself did not receive any such early warnings within the intelligence from the SAPS. This office has subsequently, that's paragraph 20, this office has subsequently learned that this report was seemingly distributed to inter alia the National Commissioner General Sithole, Lieutenant-General Masemola, and senior managers within the Division of Crime Intelligence. You report to the National Commissioner, is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Ordinarily, if any crisis was to arise or any warning were to come from the national office, it would be transmitted to you. Is that correct?
It would be transmitted to?
To you as the provincial commissioner.
That is correct.
Were you furnished with any intelligence report warning you about riots or any form of unrest that occurred in July?
Nothing was presented to me or to my command structure or the team that I work with.
You do have the provincial crime intelligence reports to you.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Did they furnish you with any report from national office or any report penned by them regarding any prospects of outbreaks of violence or unrest?
There was no report about a prospect of unrest, Commissioner.
Now, back to what the former Minister of Defense had said, that when they arrived, or when the SANDF members arrived here in the province, there was no plan to deploy them. Which plan ought to have been, according to the minister, former minister? That's a plan that ought to have been prepared by the SAPS, in particular this province.
Commissioner, it is not true what the former minister said. In a matter of fact, on the very same day, the 15th, the briefing that we gave them entailed our operational deployment strategy, where we needed to deploy where and why, for them to appreciate the challenges we're experiencing and the aids that we needed and the interventions that we needed from them. So it can't be true that they did not know where to go, and that is supported by communication to the person in charge of the military in the province even before the arrival of the minister. The letter, which was signed by the Minister of Police to the SNDF, outlined exactly what is expected of the SNDF to do when they come down here. And we still stood by that.
Now, you keep on saying this is not true, it's a lie, it's a blatant lie of what was said by a former minister. Chairperson, may I make this reference again to Section 22 of the Act, South African Human Rights Commissions Act. Section 22C, no, 2B, 22B, yes. It says the following, under the heading Offences and Penalties: a person who, B, after having been sworn or having made an affirmation contemplated in Section 15(1)(d), gives false evidence before the Commission on any matter knowing such evidence to be false or not knowing or believing it to be true is guilty of an offense and liable on conviction to a fine or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 6 months. Chair, we may make an application that we invite former minister and the Speaker of the National Legislature, which is National Parliament, to come back here again and deal with the evidence of the Provincial Commissioner before the provisions of Section 22B could kick in. Now, let's go to a different topic then, Mr. General Mkhwanazi. Yesterday, the National Commissioner, when being asked about whether has he received reports from station commanders from Phoenix Police Station and Mountain Rise Police Station in Pietermaritzburg, the National Commissioner didn't seem to know whether those reports exist, but he kept on saying, you should know as the Provincial Commissioner. Your comment.
Commissioner, ordinarily when the station commander send reports, the reports will be sent to the district commissioner. A district commissioner will then elevate that to the provincial commissioner, depending on the seriousness of the incident. Ordinarily, there will be an incident happening and the police officer on standby will attend, or duty officer will attend the crime scene, and the communication from that duty officer to the station commander, from there to the district, and it gets to the provincial commissioner. If the incident is serious, such as the unrest, then the provincial commissioner has an obligation to inform the national commission of what is happening on the ground on a constant basis. But for operational support in the main, will be then engaging the necessary deputies that are responsible for providing such aid. Now, a letter which the National Commission was asked will have came from the station commander. I do not know the exact letter that the commission was talking about.
A report,
yesterday.
not a letter.
A report that the commission was talking about yesterday. I'm not 100% sure of that. But what I know of the report that was asked by the provincial office from the station commander was to prepare a briefing, a thorough briefing, on top of what had came from the district commissioner summarizing the events of what transpired in Phoenix specific, that the station commander had to produce that report and send it to the provincial office through the district commissioner in order to prepare to brief the minister.
Was it sent?
Yes, it was. There was a letter that was sent through.
When was it sent?
I was on leave, I think it was on the 23rd, if I'm not mistaken, but it is some of the bundles that we have on our records as a police, as we're communicating all the correspondences that we've had, we kept them.
The National Commissioner seemed not to have read that letter because he couldn't explain himself regarding that letter.
Yeah, well, Commissioner cannot comment on that. But as I said, it was a letter that was mainly more intended in consolidating the briefing package for the minister, as the minister was on the ground in Phoenix doing the visits. He needed to have more information as to what was happening from the law enforcement side.
Is there any report that you sent to the National Commissioner about the unrest and how many people were killed or were massacred?
Yes, we've been sending reports via the office of the Coordination Center to the National Commissioner which I will assume that Lieutenant General Nhlanhla will have elevated that to the National Commission as a consolidation. When the National Commissioner will appear before the Commission, whatever he presents will have been information from the province of KZN, Gauteng, consolidated and presented to him. So I believe, but although I cannot say 100% that I have evidence of that, but that is a practice. That's how it's supposed to be done.
I am asking you this question because the National Commissioner battled to answer how many people were murdered in Phoenix. He couldn't come up with a number up until he looked up, and then he came up with a number 36. Your comment?
Oh, I cannot necessarily comment much about that, but if he comes up with a number 36, it means he did receive a report, the Commissioner.
He was assisted. I confronted him with that number. He was assisted whilst tendering evidence, specifically about that number.
Well, the KZN office will prove that we had submitted to the national office.
Now, you spoke about 281 bodies that the police had to pick up in KZN. That number of bodies, it's shocking. And do you agree with me? Anybody in the position of authority would not have forgotten about such a number.
Commissioner, 1 person, 2 people killed gets me worried every night. This number makes me not to sleep at night. So it is a worrying figure that not once will ever thought that such thing can happen in a period of 1 week. We'll have so many dead bodies.
Now, these 281 dead bodies that the police picked from different parts, is it different parts of KZN?
That is correct.
How many of these people were black people of African ancestry?
If the Commissioner allow me, I'm not so sure whether I have the profile of all of them, but quite a good percentage were black people.
The good percentage estimate, we won't hold that against.
Over 90%.
90%.
That's correct.
Of black people
That's correct.
were maimed.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Now, if it's 90%, 10% could be?
Few Indians, few coloreds in the mix.
And then how far are the autopsies regarding this 281 bodies? Have their family members came to claim them?
Yes, Commissioner, as far as I remember that all of them have been claimed, although it might not have been with the speed that we expected them. There are autopsies, as we are conducting investigations, that it was brought to my attention as I was discussing with the team, investigation team, together with the DPP as we were sitting and monitoring the status of investigation, that there are some autopsies that are questionable that will need to be redone.
What do you mean questionable?
A typical example, when a statement of the police will indicate injuries to the person, to the body. The photographers of the crime scene will indicate injuries to the body of the deceased. The video footage that we collect during the investigations will show us as law enforcement the person being stabbed and the person being shot at point blank. An autopsy report that comes and say that the death is a result of stab wounds, but not a bullet shot. It makes us worry. Hence, we confront the Department of Health about this. And it is something that sometimes, once in a while, will happen, and even before the unrest, that will challenge some of the autopsy reports. And in some instances, they have been corrected because I think maybe it's a human error when you are typing a report, you tap on top of another report, and you end up forgetting to reflect. And sometimes it shows you injuries that are not consistent with the photographer and the statement. It points injuries in a different side of the body, whereas the evidence there that the injury was on the other side of the body. So when you get such an autopsy, it becomes a problem for us.
Now, given the crisis, did you, in your position as a provincial commissioner, issue provincial instructions recalling all members who were given leave during that period to report for duty urgently?
Commissioner, we did give a lot of instructions with regard to the leave during the period, not only leave but rest days as well. We suspended training courses that were running during the unrest.
Now, the last topic from my side. The Constitutional Court has just ruled that former president has to be admitted to a correctional facility. How many SAPS members were deployed in Mpangeni to attend to the possible arrest of the former president?
Commissioner, I will have to refer it to the operational plan we had in place. However, we had reported that the national team that was deployed, 175 members,
175.
they all were deployed for a purpose of an imminent arrest of the president.
100 and?
The 175, they came from national. They were all assigned for that operation. However, there was an addition of police officers from KZN province as well in that operation.
How many?
So, as I said, I will have to get it from the operational plan exactly on the numbers, Commissioner, but there were well over 200 members altogether that were part of that operation as we're trying to maintain peace and stability during the period. But they were not necessarily, must qualify this, Commissioner. Those numbers were not there to arrest the president. Those numbers were there to maintain peace and stability in the area. And in allowing, we're hoping the president will eventually surrender himself to go to correctional facility.
Was there any intelligence report to the effect that the former president is likely to resist being arrested?
No, negative, Commissioner. There was no information about that.
What was the justification of deploying 200, more than 200 for that purpose? And following that, there is this violence.
Commissioner, I can confirm that in one of those intelligence briefings, on the 2nd to be specific, the same date, we wrote a letter to the head office. As we were having our operational meetings, intelligence had briefed us about the expected numbers that might be arriving at Nhlanhla, people from Northwest and other places, to show support to the former president on the 4th, from the 1st going onward. So based on that, we then anticipated that there are probably going to be masses around, large crowds. Therefore, we needed to have a lot of police officers available to assist us during the time.
Chair, I've got no further questions to ask General Mkhwanazi and General Makoba. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think Mr. Jones was actually still busy when Commissioner Thuli and I interfered there. Mr. Jones? What is his
Chair, I
position?
can confirm that the questions that Mr. Jones had have been covered.
Thank you. And then, what about you?
I do have just a few questions.
Right.
I will not
please
be
go ahead.
I will not be long. Chair, thank you very much. Provincial Commissioner, thank you. I think at the beginning of your testimony yesterday, you were highlighting the unrest, the timeline that you took us through. You even shared the sort of sheet that was, I think it was marked as Exhibit C.
Sorry. My apologies. There is one question that I wish to pose to the General. General, you spoke yesterday about the protection of the South African breweries. Could you please elaborate on that?
Commissioner, in the midst of this unrest, we're receiving phone calls almost every second. There were messages that were streaming into one's phone. You'll be answering this call while the other one is coming in. You are talking to another one. When you drop it, you don't even able to return the call of the previous person because you are getting another call. So that's how busy we were. In our control center at the 10111 center, the system was clogged because of the number of complaints that were coming in, that even the members that are working in those centers that's supposed to dispatch members, police officers to attend to complaints, could not get to it because as you are busy with this complaint and the phone rings, another one rings, another one rings, and you are attending to this one, you want to dispatch a vehicle to go and attend, and that vehicle is occupied somewhere else. So the system was clogged. In the midst of all these complaints that were coming in, some seniors will also phone you about certain priorities that need to be protected. They will be calling about number of shopping centers, and you'll tell them, no, we've got those secured already. They'll be talking about number of
Which seniors are you talking about?
Ministers.
Which ministers?
If the commissioner allow me not to disclose exactly each and every minister that called me because I will not remember all of them, but from the MECs to the ministers, the calls were coming thick and fast.
To say what?
About certain priorities that please make sure that place is not been attacked. Send police there.
SA Brewery.
The SA Breweries one was the interesting one because majority of the calls were coming from national office, not necessarily the provincial level.
Who from the national
When our
office?
minister, Minister Cele, eventually called me, I can talk about him, at least if he fires me, it's fine. When he calls me, he said, hey, people are crying about the SA Breweries, can you go and secure this place? And I said, Minister, maybe you are caller number 10. What is it that is with SA Brewers that we have to leave everything else and go and focus at SA Breweries? But then the minister explained to me what he was told, that they are saying not because of alcohol. They are saying that there are some, I don't know whether canisters or whatever that they use that contain high compressed gas, which is used to manufacture beer. That if people were to set alight that, it will explode and it will destroy everything around the vicinity of 2 kilometers. So based on that, it is now a higher risk. So if it's for that reason, I end up saying, okay, let me send members over there because it appears this as a high risk. I went on Google to look at these SA breweries and be able to see this, what they're talking about. And I did see the structure, and then I appreciated. But my concern was, in any other day, that means someone can just go and set fire on that thing and explode it in any way, even if you're not in unrest. If they know it's got that risk, why is not removed from that and go and build it somewhere else? And they said, no, but it was built long before all those other factories were put around it. So for me, if that is the case, today it still remains a high risk that SA Brewers, if that was the reason. But that was a motivation that was given to me by the minister, which motivated me to go. If it was not that, I don't think I would have gone to the SA Breweries. But I went there for that, to protect more lives from being lost, if such were to happen, because it was brought to my attention.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. I'll just proceed. My brother has had taken one or two of my questions, but it's fine. We are a team. I guess the follow-up, I will come back to the question that I was starting to make, and perhaps let me follow on based on your submission or your answer. And the follow-up question then, Provincial Commissioner, would be, and I think you've started to address my question, but you indicated as well that approximately 98 or 89 malls and shopping centers, and you were giving us a breakdown of the destruction that happened across the province. And you also gave an example of how you had to select going to protect the airport versus going to another area. And perhaps the question would be, what really informed, if you can share, what really informed the decision-making on having to decide which mall to go to and protect versus any other infrastructure? Well, perhaps maybe between the malls themselves or any other infrastructure.
Commissioner, I must say that this is decisions that one took is not necessarily in the books of how we operate in the South African Police Service. The SAPS, as I said, the Constitution tells us what to do, but the how, it's something that we determine on our own. There are risk categories that one will work on. The SAPS KZN does not necessarily have a direct responsibilities of national key points. National key points are a responsibility of another division of the SAPS at the national level, and some of the national key points are being looked after by the owners of those key points. And other governed critical infrastructure also is not the responsibility of the SAPS in some instances, but in some of it, yes, such as the legislature, we are responsible for security. But as I say, that responsibility is not necessarily, though it's SAPS, but it's not SAPS KZN. It is SAPS National. So as a SAPS KZN, maybe through my experience or having been exposed to the divisions that are responsible for these national key points, it was easier for me to prioritize the important things of government that needs to be secured if you appear to be in a state of war. You secure those so that the livelihood can still continue thereafter. That was the reason why I gave those instructions in order to prioritize the deployments.
And you also gave an example, an interesting example of how, I think it's the Pavilion Mall that was also protected.
That is correct.
And you mentioned, I can't recall the name now, the task force or something to
The
that
Special
effect.
Task Force.
Special Task Force.
That's correct.
I so happen to have been trying to find, essentials, and I was able to see what you described yesterday in as far as the Special Task Force protecting that particular mall. Now, maybe lastly on the protection of malls, and I understand what you're saying in terms of having used your experience in as far as knowing which strategic infrastructure, etc., to have prioritized. Are there any other examples of shopping centers that you can recall offhand that, were saved because of your intervention, or could one then assume that if 89 were destructed or set alight, etc., that the rest throughout the province were then protected because of your interventions together between your members and that of private security?
Commissioner, I may not recall, I put the figure of 89. There's quite a lot of them. There are a lot of them around the province that were secured by the police, working with security in some instances. But in many instances, especially at the Tegwini district, there are many of them that were protected by the police alone, and there was no security at all. I will not recall quite a number of them, but the priorities, Commissioner, was more on the food distribution places first before the shopping center, before the mall, because we needed to make sure that the children will still have food when this thing is done. The children can still be able to access the medical medication that they need. People can still access the hospital if it's required. So our priorities was there. Whether the shop is standing or is not standing, as long as the food distribution center is secured, we can still serve the population on the street the food so they can go and prepare to eat. So when we felt comfortable in the security of those obvious between us and the security, we then extended our operations then to the shopping centers. But shopping centers, we then had to prioritize them. That's why we went to the big ones. We secured the big ones that we felt they're strategic. The smaller ones, when we had resources, when the army started deploying, we were able to also secure some of them. But majority of the smaller ones that are sitting within the townships, we unfortunately could not protect them because they were right there in the middle of the chaos, and people were coming in all different directions to attack them. And majority of them have still not been fixed to date.
Okay. Now back to the question that I was asking earlier. You indicated when you gave us the timeline that there was some role played by the media in terms of congregating once the judgment was actually handed down. There was a congregation of media and other interested persons, I guess, at Nhlanhla. And you were saying something about the role of the media and how that in itself created a situation. And I did not take down the note of what you're saying well. Perhaps I was quite interested to maybe hear a little bit more about your view and your perspective as the Provincial Commissioner of Police in as far as the role of the media, specifically at that particular point, in as far as what was happening at Nhlanhla.
Commissioner, this is my view from the experience that I've had in many years working in this lovely organization, the South African Police Service. I've been exposed to training with many other units, international. I've studied and I've researched a lot of incidents that are happening across the world. And I get to assess quite a lot of things that triggers incidents such as this that took place of an unrest. And by and large, a bad person get to learn from what he sees on television. A bad person get to learn things from publications that teaches him or her on how can he go about to cause harm. The discussions that have been happening in our country over a couple of years through the Zondo Commission and many other commissions, has got South Africans talking. The unfortunate part in South Africa, we tend to like gossips a lot. When an incident happens, one communication gets spread 1,000,000 times in what we even refer to as black Twitter. Twitter is not from South Africa, but we've got the name of the South African one. We call it black Twitter. So when you listen and when you read the comments that are coming from these Twitter accounts, different people start analyzing things differently. And then we realize that when the media set up cameras in front of the former president's house and they broadcast and they do a countdown as if it's the end of the year, and they talk about D-Day, and unfortunately with the rights that the media has, we could not chase them away, so they had to be in the mix and get to see what was happening. But we did chase one of them that were showing our movements on TV. And I gave instructions, if we have to arrest that journalist, arrest them. Because they are exposing our tactical movement at the time, which were far away from Nhlanhla anyway. But they did that. I then keep on asking myself a question, Commissioner, as to why will our media spend so much time discussing the court ruling, number one, knowing for a fact that the person that the court has made a judgment against enjoys so much support in the country that the more they talk about this openly is probably going to anger a lot of people, and it's got a potential of causing some unrest in the Republic. You watch TV, you hear discussions, debates, and people started getting angry. And for me, as I was talking to the team, and I said, if those cameras were to be switched off from Nhlanhla, at least even if there's discussions on TV about the court judgment, but let's not see live on the ground what is happening. But the fact that we kept on listening to the family of the former president talking on TV, expressing their feelings, and the other supporters that are coming in, talking on TV and expressing their anger and the likes, it then started getting everyone excited in the province. So I still strongly believe that I like this one, Commissioner, in Europe, for those that watch soccer. In South Africa, when the soccer match is played, and an incident happened in the pitch, a spectator runs into the pitch, the cameras follow the spectator until he gets wherever he goes, all the way until he leaves. But in the European League, you only hear the commentator talking about the match, and you only see the TV. They will show you different players in the pitch. And then you must know something is happening in the pitch that they are hiding. They are not showing the ball movement. They are just talking generally, and they are showing an individual, but they are not showing what's happening in the pitch. We want to see the game, but you don't see. And they're not telling you what's going on. The commentator continues communicating. Now, these are the people that have learned that they must not portray bad image that is going to affect their game. And when that is cleared, then they open up again the game, and everyone gets to watch it. So I'll challenge you to go and watch that. Then I ask myself, in South Africa, why such things don't happen? Why is it in South Africa that things that have got a potential of destroying this country further get to be broadcast publicly? Accountability can be done, but not in an open public space, because you then attract opinions of many others. As a result, we end up with incidents like this one. So the more they happen like this, and the chance that in future a similar thing will happen.
Okay, thank you for that, General. I was particularly interested in that, and of course we do know that there is media freedom in
That's
South
correct.
Africa, which is protected in terms of the Constitution. Maybe the last question, or point rather, in respect of that, is there any interaction at your level or at national that you know of? Because I mean, the media is here as well, and they are watching. Is there any engagements, interactions where the police, you know, has sort of those sort of stakeholder engagements to sort of relay some of the issues that you pick up that also perhaps may go towards, you know, educating the media more, and perhaps even SAPS also, you know, knowing more about what the media actually does. I'm not saying you don't, in as far as sensitizing, especially in respect of how reporting, you know, should be done, especially on very high risk or very sensitive matters, you know, that the SAPS in particular will be involved in. Are there any such, you know, programs, engagements that happen?
Commissioner, at the National Office, I know that the National Commissioner have set up some engagement with the media. There was one meeting that I was also part of. In the province of KZN, and this is the fault, it is my fault, it's not the fault of the media. We have arranged meetings, and I think my communication person is here maybe twice or three times, and we're the one that has been postponing, Commissioner, not the media. We've been calling that we have meetings, we arrange meeting with them, and they've availed themselves that we could meet because we wanted to discuss and share these views so that we get to hear from their side, and together we can come up with something better that can help us going forward while showing everything that needs to be shown to public, but we also protect the citizens of this province. So I'm still intending to meet with them on that, but at the national level, yes, I know that there is some structures for the stakeholders' engagement with them.
Okay. No, thank you. That's noted, General. You also touched a bit on social media. I'm also interested to know as to, you know, especially from a crime prevention and also perhaps from a crime resolution perspective, what is your comment in as far as the use and reliance of social media in crime fighting from a SAPS perspective? Because I think we are now living in an information age. You know, we all many people carry smartphones. You raised the issue of social media earlier. You relied a bit on it at some point. And there's, I mean, millions and millions of people that are connected all the time on social media, Facebook, Twitter, and the like. What is your comment in as far as the use and reliance of social media from a crime fighting perspective or crime prevention perspective?
Commissioner, social media it's a very good tool to help society. For the crime prevention and even investigation point of view, we do need the social media a lot. But it must be used in a positive way. I will cite an example. One of the things that destroys the image of the police, you will have a police officer has been drunk driving a police car, drunk on duty, which is a bad image, in uniform for that matter. And then you will have an individual who takes a cell phone and records that. Yes, he takes the full view of the person, maybe sometimes the name, the details of the vehicle. But instead of sharing that directly with the police, using social media, and say, I've recorded this, I'm posting it to this Twitter account of the SAPS, I'm sending it to this WhatsApp group, to this Facebook account of the SAPS, for the SAPS to act on it. The person does not do that. This individual will share it with friends, will just post it on a Twitter account for everyone else to view that. And they copy that, they multiply it, and they multiply it. And then by default, if you are also as an individual in the police, because our communication people, they are connected to these different groups, they follow different people, and they end up seeing this by default. And the obvious, they'll share it with us. It might be some of them are criminal activities, you know, where a person recorded an armed robbery in progress. Instead of sending that recording direct to the police, a person just share it and say, hey, here, I just witnessed this happening. So it then doesn't assist when it comes to that. Bring the information directly to the police. This month was yesterday. The number of communication I was receiving about a potential riot that must happen, what they call it, shut down on the 2nd, simple because of the price fuel hike. Somebody typed something like that and said, let's lock down the country, and he posted it. And that has been shared so many times. It gets to me. But still, we don't know who did it, who posted that to start with. Now we must put all our resources together as a police and be ready for a shutdown of the country because of the petrol price that's gone up. And we waste resources for doing that. But someone will know that so-and-so posted this to this account. Instead of taking that and send it direct to the police and say, so-and-so has created this thing, police, deal with him or her. Then we'll prevent crime. So that's what I'm saying. We need these social medias but to help us fight crime, not to waste our resources. Unfortunately, we can't stop it. It's there.
Yes, no, thank you, General. I guess it is an issue that's going to be a challenge, and I think it's something that must be perhaps looked into even more, because I think we are in an information age and we cannot avoid. And I think the National Commissioner also did mention, I think, when he was asked, that there are some partnerships which are being striked with some of the social media companies. I recall him making reference to Facebook and the like, which can also assist, you know, police in terms of tracking down and trying to identify in the course and scope of your crime fighting, you know, perpetrators and the like. And I guess the same applies to the other, you know, social media platforms. I've just got two questions left, Chairperson. The one is specifically relating to General, you made mention of an instruction or directive for the protection of police stations, if I recall well. Did I capture your testimony correctly?
That is correct.
Now, were there any, as far as you recall, were there any police stations that became victim to looting and any other destruction that happened in July?
No, there was none of them, although there was an attempt, but none was successful, beside a police vehicle that was set alight.
Okay, so there was just an attempt, but not one which can be classified as having been destructed, destroyed, or looted.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Maybe my last question will go to the Deputy General, or Major General rather, I apologize, Major General Mkhwanazi. Your portfolio is visible policing, is that correct?
Thank you, Chairperson. My portfolio is Deputy Provincial Commissioner Policing.
Deputy Police Commissioner.
Deputy Provincial Commissioner Policing.
Policing.
Yes, which
All right.
includes visible policing.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. So it does include visible policing, which is
Correct.
Program 2 in as far as your annual performance plan.
That is correct, Chair.
All right. And I note that you do have a sub-program called crime prevention,
That is correct, Chair.
hence visible policing and the like.
That is correct.
Now, I think the provincial commissioner elaborated quite a bit in terms of number of police officers in the province and the number deployed in July and how the shifts work and the like, and how we've also heard testimony here as to how police was stretched. We also appreciate the fact that it was an unprecedented time, and I will not get into all of those details, but I'm actually quite interested, specifically because there was mention as well about how you're working with communities, CPFs, examples were given. What could you highlight for us? Because I think it's important just for us to understand as to what is being done from a crime prevention perspective in as far as visible policing is concerned. As brief as you can, and I'm not trying to confine you, but I'm just interested because this is in the public documents, your APP is available for everyone to see, and it is interesting to see that you do have such a sub-program which can perhaps also assist in restoring the image of the police, etc., as has been mentioned. So I'm just interested to know if there's anything you could share with us with what is being done in the province with regards to this program. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. In as far as this program, the responsibilities of this program are also enshrined in the Constitution, Section 205(3). That is prevention of crime. Just to highlight that. There's prevention, there's investigation, and investigation now it's Program 3. But in Program 2, prevention of crime, maybe let me just also say that prevention of crime, or SAPS as a whole, is part of the criminal justice system, but it's number one in the hierarchy of criminal justice system. So in the prevention of crime, we prevent crime in many ways. That includes the proactive part of prevention of crime. In the proactive part, that includes different partnerships or different types of partnerships with the community, working with the communities. Partnerships that will include, in the main, the Community Policing Forum, or the CPF, which we are mandated to do in terms of the Police Act as well. That includes many other partnerships, including the businesses, the religious fraternities, and many other partnerships. The concept of partnerships allows for members within this program to be to think outside the box as to what else can be done in order to prevent crime. That is part of Program 2. But we prevent crime. As part of Program 2 as well, we have the so-called Community Service Centers, CSCs, that work 24 hours with different different levels at different levels of station commanders, be it a small station with a captain station, a lieutenant colonel station, a full colonel station, a brigadier station, and we've got different levels of stations of commanders. Their responsibility, one, as the CSC, is to receive the community when they're coming to report any sort of crime or incident and any other administration duty that we deal with the community that you might be privy to. And as part, that is CSC. Also, we have the crime prevention groups within the stations. Crime prevention groups that go and do and conduct patrols and conduct the roadblocks in line with CPA, or CPA is crime pattern analysis, that is revised on a weekly basis, or as and when crime or crime pattern moves. So we have groups that specifically deal with that. As part of Program 2, also we have the administration, you can call it administrative part of it, that is responsible for SAP 13. SAP 13 is the exhibit management. Exhibit management, we've got the section that deals with DFO, designated firearm officers. That is all part of Program 2. Also, just briefly going back to CSC, we also have custody management that is responsible for ensuring that the arrestees, people that are arrested, are kept safe, and we prevent anything that might happen. So the visible policing is vast, or Program 2, that is at stations. but it doesn't end there. Program 2 goes as far as specialized units of the SAPS. That includes police emergency services, the K9s, was affectionately known as dog unit. We have highway patrols. We have accident unit that's all part of Program 2. As part of Program 2, we also have the public order policing. That it's part of Program 2, POP, the TRT, Technical Response Services. Thank you, Chairperson. Can I stop there? But it is very vast.
No, thank you very much for your elaborate answer. I think it's quite clear. It was quite important for us to capture that as well, just to know as to what exactly falls within that scope. Chairperson, I've got no further questions.
Thank you very much.
To the panel.
Chair, perhaps the last one from my side.
Yes, please just be mindful that
Yes.
the evidence team is now leaving us with very little time to ask questions, because I understand we only have until 7, so let's just conclude.
Sincere apologies, Chair. General Mkhwanazi, you say you had to decide which malls to protect, which ones to leave, to ban. What was your consideration in that respect? Which one to protect, which one to let ban?
Commissioner, in as far as malls are concerned, we look at those that are big, number one, those that attract large crowd of people in average, that there should be a priority. And as we went down in terms of that rating, we then secured them. That's why you're going to find a priority of securing Pavilion before you secure La Lucia, as an example. We find it is important for us to categorize in that fashion. Why? Because we wanted to have a maximum impact. So if we could save, let's rather save big than saving small. So that's why we decided to go to a bigger shopping, even if it's not a mall, but a shopping center where a lot of shops around. We rather secure that than to focus at one isolated shop that stands alone somewhere else. So that's basically our priorities. That's how we prioritize these shopping centers.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Just a few questions from the side of the panel. I will start. The new or current Minister of Defense, Tam Dise, testified, and she said that the way she understands it, or the way it is that the police, SAPS, is the lead department when the defense force is deployed to assist the police. So the police officers will even instruct, and the police officers will instruct the defense force of officials what to do, and then will do the arrests themselves. Is that also your understanding? So then it would mean that the commissioner, National Commissioner of Police, he stayed in Pretoria. He testified here that the provincial commissioners of police were in charge, and that would actually mean that the operational decisions pertaining to the deployment of the defense force were yours, provincial commissioner. Is that your understanding as well?
Commissioner, in terms of the deployment, the question the Commissioner is asking is in twofold. I will say on one part, yes. On the other part, no, not really. The yes part, in as far as the SNDF being deployed in the province to come and support the police, it is true they're here to support the police, and we expect that the SNDF will operate under the directive of the police. But the word instruct, I say no to it because, number one, although we are in the civil environment as police officers, but we are still commissioned officers that are commissioned by the president. So in a paramilitary setup like the SAPS, we still carry the ranks that are carried within the SNDF. As a result, a police officer, even if he's a police officer on the ground, but if he's in the presence of a senior soldier, he can't give that soldier instruction. So the same happens with a soldier, even if he's on the ground on whatever operations they do, cannot easily instruct the police. So in terms of instructions, we go according to the level of your rank. But in terms of directive, guiding what the military must do, even if a police officer is junior in rank, he might give directive to the SNDF and say, can you please do A to Z in that area, the police will effect and do and whatever things. So, but in the operations of the SNDF when they're deployed, they must be directed by the police, so they can't just go on their own and do what they like.
Okay, so with regard to their deployment here in KZN after they arrived, that decision was actually yours in the first instance to take, is that correct? And nobody else's?
The first thing that I was expecting, Commissioner, is that Colonel Nyalunga, as a person in charge of the SNDF in the province, whom when we were sending the request we were communicating with, when the additional forces are coming down to the province, they are going to report to him. He is going to come to us and report to us and say, I've got additional forces, here they are. Hence, I said earlier, Commissioner, in the presence of the Major Generals of the SNDF, which are equivalent to my colleague, the Major Generals of the SNDF that came with the minister on the 15th, when I saw them, I thought they are just coming down with the minister, and that's it. They are not part of the operation. And hence the generals did confirm that she was surprised to learn from the colonel that there are generals now that are deployed that are now in charge of an operation. The generals who did not come to her to say, here we are, or through the colonel to say, introduce us to the commission and say, we are the one now deployed to take charge of the military side of things. They didn't do that. Instead, they went to the hotel, and hence the general had to go and meet them at the hotel. So it was then skewed, because it was like the military is in charge. We are now following the military. If I was still here at the time, I would not have allowed it.
Thank you. Yes, that clears that up, I think. Second question is the functioning of the community police forums. You know, there is a view that if we really had well-functioning community police forums throughout KwaZulu-Natal, it would actually have been a very easy task maybe for the police in collaboration with them to have curbed what happened much easier. What would be your comment on that?
Commissioner, that is true. The provincial board that we have currently, I've had meetings with them, and I've shared these views with them, the concerns that I'm picking up on the ground, that the purpose of the existence of that structure, which is mandated in the Act, is not being fulfilled, and the election of the officials to represent communities, the officials to be the link between the police and the community. We're talking about a person who's going to say to the community, here is a new station commander, here are the police officers working in this station for the community in that area to see and meet them. Here are the contact details of this police, and that's how they're working. And any challenges that the police are experiencing, that this person will hear first because he meets with the police and will have meetings with the community, bring the police so that the meetings with the community are taking place, and strategies developed between a police station commander together the community that they serve. I still feel that there is a disconnect between that person which we think as a police is appointed by the community, that person seems to be appointed by a certain section of the community. And even after he's been elected as a chairperson of the CPF in that locality, that person does not give feedback to the community for the community to understand the challenges faced by the police in different operations that the police are executing. So we have an opportunity that we now have to appoint select a new representative of the CPF in the province. We do hope there's going to be extensive consultation. The communities are really going to come together and demand to be informed about the operations of the police. Because these are the platforms where the police should be able to brief the communities about the status of cases that we are investigating, as an example. But if we don't have those platforms working well, mainly because of maybe the failure from the communities as they are electing the representative, or the failure from us as the police to see to it that there's quite a reasonable participation of community in the CPF structures. But it is something that we are working on, Commissioner. We hope as we have these coordinating structures also set by the MEC in the province to link the communities and the police, that we're going to strengthen these partnerships going forward.
Yeah, because that was exactly what I wanted to suggest. I suppose to a very large extent it is the task of the police, or the duty of the police, to make sure that these CPFs function properly, and that it was to an extent therefore a failure on the part of the police not to have well-functioning, effective, efficient CPFs that could have been called up in a moment to assist the police in all respects and bring the situation under control.
That is correct, Commissioner. The Act gives that responsibility to the police to identify all the groups, all the individuals that needs to be informed about the CPF, how it functions. The President has forced us, Commissioner, to work on this district model, where the police must work with other departments in the district level and make sure that everyone is involved. So in terms of government structures, you will have councillors, locals, and you have local mayors, and then we have station commanders that are operating in their spaces. So if those individuals communicate as government officials, it will just improve the relationship with the community. So it is our approach that we need to force those government representatives to have structured meetings with the police also involved, where these briefings that go back to the communities, not only addressing service delivery in terms of water and the likes, but the service delivery also in terms of what the police is doing to the communities, the challenges that the police has, and the lack of resources, if there is any, that will just assist the communities in order to understand and appreciate how the police works. So we are appointing new station commanders, fortunately, and that's what we want to put in as the performance agreement, so that you can monitor that such meetings are taking place as part of the performance agreement of the station commander, that community engagement, that imbizo, which is known as imbizo, takes place on regular basis. We'll put frequency of that month on yearly basis, and to make sure that there's accounting on it. Otherwise, as is now in a performance agreement or job description of a station commander, although it is there that it must be done, but a monitoring mechanism is not there, so we want to build that in. So we hope going forward that we will improve this relationship between us and the communities.
Thank you. Now, the CEO of the Pietermaritzburg and Midlands Chamber of Business, Ms. Melanie Vaness, also testified here, and she says that generally there in Pietermaritzburg they work together very well with the police, but that was not the case during the midst of the unrest, as we all know, that basically started around the 8th, 9th. So over that weekend and towards that Monday, she basically says there was literally no response from the side of the police, and that they were basically missing in action when they needed them. What is your reaction to that?
Commissioner, I said earlier here that the communities are going to expect us to be there all the time and protect the public, to make sure that there's not even a single window that is broken into. But during July unrest, the SAPS were faced with a very difficult task to protect thousands of properties that are sitting in the Pietermaritzburg and the surrounding, which was impossible. Security companies employed by some of the business people, even themselves, could not protect those properties that they're employed to do. The SAPS in Pietermaritzburg protected quite a lot of properties. I'm sure that CEO should have appreciated that at least the community of Pietermaritzburg are still able to buy essential things from the shops that were not looted. They are still able to enjoy life by going out to do businesses. The road infrastructure is still open. The entry on the freeway is still drivable by trucks that are conveying goods. If those things are not, if the police were not there, all those would have been destroyed, and all those would have burned down. I can just indicate here, Commissioner, that in Pietermaritzburg specific, the police action resulted in the use of 16,898 shotgun ammunition that was fired to the crowds as we were trying to disperse them. And some of them, you see them on TV. There are cameras that shows that, where police officers are trying to disperse crowds. So it is just unfair for her to say that. And I'm going to invite her maybe to go back and watch some YouTube channels and watch some new TV stations that were broadcasting at the time, for her to see that the police were doing something. If she says there was no action, it means she perhaps might have been in a different part of the world.
But she's entirely talking about Barnsley Road, where she says there's lots of businesses there next to the river, and most of these businesses were destroyed. So she's specifically referring to the police absence, as I understand her, there. Can you, do you have any comment? Is it true that Barnsley Road did not get attention at all from the police?
I do not know which road is that, Commissioner, the Barnsley Road. I'm trying to get on Google now to see what street, which part of Pietermaritzburg is Barnsley Road. Yeah, well, Commissioner General Mkhwanazi was previously District Commissioner Pietermaritzburg. Perhaps she might even respond better about knowing the area.
Chair, I can also assist quickly. I can also assist very quickly. It's the area where there's the macro and a number of other businesses. I think as malls, there's also a warehouse there as well, and others.
It's called, I think, Camps Drift, that area.
Camps Drift, correct.
Okay.
Umsunduzi River is right, it goes along there as well.
Yeah. Okay, Commissioner, I think that what she's talking about, it is, I'm not sure, General Mkhwanazi, what is it, under Pietermaritzburg Central Policing Area, or is under Alexandra? But in either way, the nearest police station in that area, I'll estimate to be about a good 10 kilometers. Or less than that, roughly, or maybe 5, 7 or so, give and take. There are other places around that. For instance, in the bigger part of the shopping area in Pietermaritzburg is within Scottsville, in that Alexandra policing precinct, is within Scottsville. Although Macro is a busy place, as Macro we know it, and there are some of the shops around, but the center focus, it is Macro in that area. Yes, the police were overwhelmed. They could not get there on time to be able to secure that. As many other places that were destroyed, the Macro here in Durban was also attacked in a similar way. I do not deny, Commissioner, that there are a lot of other places that could not protect, but there are a lot of places that we protected. So we could not just ignore some of the areas to go and protect some of the areas. I think the CO can appreciate that in some areas they are still able to do business. It is not ideal. Yes, we did not secure them as we were supposed to, but we did deploy police there, and there were a lot of action that the police took, but the crowd was just too many to be able to stop completely everything from happening. In some instances, we'll have prevented some few looting, but some looting will have happened already.
I was wondering whether it might also be that you were, at that point in time, you were still deploying people at the key points, and that is why people got the impression maybe that not to be seen, but that you were maybe at the key points still at that point in time.
Yeah, well, I do not know exactly when exactly the looting started in this area, Camps Drift, but I do remember in Pietermaritzburg there is I think, a Checkers Hyper that is next to the freeway that was in smokes and it burned. It is situated, Commissioner, right next to the shacks. It's literally, you can walk from the shacks to all directions to get to that place. I think it's a distance of about 100 meters from the shacks to the gate. Chigacho, informal settlement. So it became almost impossible for police to secure such a place, not unless you have police officers securing, standing guard there 24 hours securing that place. That's why I then directed that you better secure the Midlands shopping center, where if they were to attack that, there's going to be more destruction than a Checkers Hyper alone. Yes, have police officers there that can try and prevent crowds from coming in, but unfortunately it was just almost impossible to secure.
Okay, thank you. Then, very concerning is, and she seems not to be the only one who is saying this, that she said she was actually told by some of the police officials, not anyone else, police officials, that they were instructed to stand down. I know you've referred to it before, and I'm not suggesting you told them to stand down, but that is what she is alleging. She's also saying that they were told that there is no tear gas, but it then turned out that there was indeed tear gas available. She goes on to say the police were saying, these police she spoke with, were saying that it took everything in them to stand down. Now, it's very difficult to imagine that this was sort of dreamt up by her, because she says this is police officers that is telling her this. So, can it then be that at another level, police were told to stand down that you might not know of, or what is going on here? Because we also, have there are also other reports of a similar nature.
Our Commissioner, as I responded earlier, I will request that the Commission, if possible, I assume that she did that under oath.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you so much. And I will request the Commission to investigate it further, so that if it's proven that it is a lie and we've got evidence that we can provide as the police, then she'll be held liable for that. We will cooperate with whatever investigation the Commission is initiating in that regard.
Yes, but I mean, it's not, we can't necessarily presuppose that she's the one that is lying here. I mean, she says police officers told her that, but she wanted to protect the police officers, therefore she wasn't willing to mention their names.
Commissioner, a person appears there in a public television, international, and under oath says this and that happened, and not held accountable, then I will be very disappointed, because she must beg the facts. Hence, I'm saying that I'm urging the Commission to conduct further investigation on this one, because we are denying it as a police. And if it is proven, if she can provide proof that yes, indeed, this is a police officer who said got instruction from this one, at least we could be cleared, because then with the police, we'll have to take action against police officers that issue such an instruction. As it stands, I do not know what her name is, but when we heard about that, I asked the district commissioner again, whether was there such an instruction issued, and he still said to me there was never such, because we never issued such an instruction to police officers. So if she has evidence of that, she will have to provide. The pity is that maybe as a police we might consider instituting some action that is going to force her to tell us the truth. But I don't think we'll need to get to that stage. I will encourage that the Commission assist us on that. It's easy to sit here in front of it as other witnesses that we talked about earlier to make allegations under oath. And when we provide evidence that proves that the allegations we are making are false, it becomes embarrassing for the country. So I would want things like this to be corrected. So if there's anyone stands here and says this, what happened, that, what happened, even if it's Mkhwanazi, and he says this under oath, they must be held accountable.
Yeah, it seems to me either corrected or investigated by the police. But let me ask you about Ms. Paleza Pili, the CEO of Durban Business Chamber. She says that the initial, the Metro Police reacted very well, but she says for 2 days within that period, 10, 11, 12, 13, the Metro Police was on their own. There wasn't any public order police to be seen as far as the situation in Durban is concerned. What would be your reaction to that?
Again, Commissioner, if a person comes express an opinion before the Commission under oath and an expression that seems to damage the image of another person or an institution, we'll have to back it up with facts. We can prove our actions in this eThekwini district. Business people seems not to appreciate what we've done. And I do not want this thing to go out there to police officers and they end up taking a position that they will never secure business infrastructure because of the business people who do not appreciate the efforts by police officers to protect the business interest. We spoke about SABC, SA breweries. It's not the interest of the police to secure SA brewers ordinarily, but for the security of the country, we needed to. For the benefit of business, we needed to. But that seems not to be appreciated. So it is a very dangerous statement that is made before the Commission. And I will challenge Ms. Palisa, because I've had many communication with her, which I think from today onward, that relationship will be damaged. Because
So
of
in other words, you deny this, what she said, what she testified.
Now we deny it, Commissioner.
Okay.
We deny it, but I don't want to end it there, Commissioner. I don't want to just say deny and it ends there. It must be denied and invite the Commission to take further action about it, so that in our denial, if it's proven that we are wrong as police, we must be held accountable. But if her statement is proven to be wrong, she must be held accountable. It mustn't be denial and that's it, it ends there.
Yeah, no, I mean, let me make it clear, if there is clear evidence that someone has committed perjury, then obviously there are the provisions of our Act, but there needs to be quite clear evidence about that before we can take those steps. So my last question here is also the same, Ms. Palesa Pili. She says on the 10th of July, she was looking for you telephonically and you eventually called her back. That is now the Saturday, correct? 10 July, it's a Saturday. 11 July is the Sunday. Let me just see. There were 2 days. I'm not exactly sure now whether, but I think it was the Sunday and the Monday that she was looking for you telephonically and calling you. But she says, and your generals, she said you and your generals had your phones completely switched off. She couldn't get hold of you at all. And then the Tuesday, things were calm and your phones were on again. She could get hold of you on the Tuesday.
I will deny that, Commission. I'm going to invite her to produce a proof or her telephone conversation, telephone calls. You can get it from the service provider. She must download that, where she shows my number, where she called me, and I will want to invite investigation that can show on a telephone. I'm using a Vodacom line. Vodacom will show whether during the period was my line communicating with the nearest tower showing that it is on? Because if it is proving that my phone was never off, that means she will have committed another perjury. Then I'm going to invite the commissioner to take action on that.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're also putting these things to you to obviously give you an opportunity to reply to it, because I think those weren't put to you, and it did implicate you in a way. So that's why I'm putting it to you, and you have replied to that now. You've made use of the opportunity to reply.
Yeah, Commissioner, I wanted to, like I'm saying, I'm giving an evidence that she's using a phone, telephone, cell phone. Mine, you can trace it, whether was it on or not. And I'm sure if she used a cell phone, hers will also be proving the phone calls that she was making on record.
Yeah.
Should
Now,
probably be
I
there.
mean, rest assured, the Commission will,
Yeah, just for
will
record.
deal with matters that it
Just for
believes
record,
need further attention.
Just for record, Commissioner, my phone is on divert to my PA. Anyone can call me now. If it rings and I don't answer, it gets diverted to my PA. So if you get a message or a voice call not answered, it will have been in the PA side, not mine. That's why I don't even listen to voice notes, because I don't get anybody leaving a voice message for me. Palisa, Miss Palisa even has my number, has got WhatsApp. She's been communicating with me. And I said to Commissioner that on the 10th when she called me, and I said to her, in terms of managing the trucks, this is what I'm proposing, which did not happen. From that Sunday, there were a lot of calls that were coming in. And I said before this commission earlier, that while I'm still busy talking to this one on the phone, and there are other ones that are coming in, and by the time I drop the call, I've got 5 missed calls. So if I want to return one of those missed calls, I might not get to the others. I end up forgetting which one I did not answer, which one I have answered. So with just too many calls, the system was blocked. So for anyone to say calls were not answered, it is not true.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Tuli?
Thank you, Chairperson. General, the advantage of coming in this late is that most of my questions have been covered, but nonetheless, I do have a few questions for you. The first relates to your GPS system. When asked about the date on which you went to Phoenix, you told the Commission that you do not recall and you would have to check your GPS system. You further told the Commission that there are 2 systems that you use in the service. The first is the normal, I am guessing, Google Maps, the one that you pin and it tells you where you are going. And the second is the AVL system, which is built into your police vehicles. Could you tell the Commission which one you were referring to when you were telling the Commission that you would have to check on the system?
You're talking about my vehicle now?
Yes.
No, it's my private car. The only way to track the movement of my car is the tracker system that will tell me where did I drive when. So it is that what I was referring to, but it's for my private vehicle. It's neither one of the 2.
I understand.
Yeah.
We were of the impression that it was your police-issued vehicle. It's your private vehicle.
I use my private vehicle. I said to the Commissioner before that due to COVID protocols, I was not supposed to be in contact with someone else. So as a result, I could not get the police vehicle to come to me, but I needed to get out. So I got into my vehicle and I drove to the scene to go and see what was happening.
Thanks, General. Now, in relation to the AVL system, are you able, as an organization, to then track through the AVL system where the vehicle was at which time? Does this system, is it able to give you this information?
Yeah, that's correct, Commissioner. We, unfortunately, it won't be all the vehicles because, as I said, some of the devices might not function at a specific time due to maybe wear and tear or whatever dysfunction of the system. But in some instances, very same police officers, they fiddle with the system so that it does not operate, so that they can be able to do things that they're not allowed to do with their vehicles. But by and large, we have install these devices in all police vehicles in order for management to be able to track the movement of the car, to compare whether the vehicle was in a place where it's supposed to be at any given time. So it helps us with not only the investigation, for also to respond to complaints. If you make a phone call at a 1011 center, and you are saying you need a police response at a particular area, they are able on GPS to see which vehicle is closer to you through using that AVL system. And they are able to radio that vehicle to attend to the complaint close to you. So that's why it was built into the police vehicle for that purpose.
Do you have any systems to attend then to the fidgeting width of the system by police officials?
At this present moment, we had engaged with TMS. We don't have anything that alert us immediately when that system has been tampered with. It is not. You will see the system is not reporting. That's what it shows you. But not reporting might mean the vehicle is standing still, it's not moving. Only to find the vehicle is driving. It's just system is off. Because when a vehicle is switched off, the system goes off. So it is there that we needed to, we still have to work out that if the vehicle is started to move, that system must indicate. But if it is fiddled with, it must also give us some reports. But for now, that is a gap that we have.
Thanks, General Mkhwanazi. Now, earlier I spoke of a culture of impunity. And this culture is not just reserved to the South African Police Service. It's endemic to mainly the public service, but I think it's societal. A lack of consequence management, corruption, fraud, that's endemic. And it is encouraged by this lack of consequence management. I am saying this as a means to ask this question. Now, within your organization, you have systems through which you monitor and assess who takes which vehicle, and there are logbooks at this time, this constable or this general took this vehicle, and at this time, this AVL system was working. And save for instances where the car is not in motion, you would be able to eventually determine that this vehicle was tampered with at this time, because on this day, this AVL system was working, and now it's not working, and it had been booked by this official within this period. Are you in a position to inform us if there are any cases against officials who are guilty or who have been suspected of fidgeting or tampering with the system?
Yes, Commissioner, there are cases. I might not necessarily give the number. I was not prepared for that, but we do have cases. That's why I could tell that there's fiddling of the system that sometimes happen. That's why we are able to charge members.
Thank you, General. Are you in a position to further to this, then to finish the commission with that information?
We'll try and locate it and finish the commission with it.
Thank you very much, General. Much appreciated. Then the next question relates to, similarly to the GPS or the tracking system, the radio system. You mentioned two systems that you use, the digital and the analog. You began to describe how the analog system works and the failures and the challenges therein, but you did not have time to speak to the digital system and how that works. Could you tell the Commission the relationship between these two systems, particularly taking into consideration that there are severe challenges with the analog system? In what ways does the digital system, one, function, and in what ways does it assist, if it does, the challenges that you face with the analog system?
Commissioner, well, I'm not a technical person with regard to the radon network, so whatever I say, the experts that are out there might start criticizing me if I try to explain it. But what I know is that the two systems are not comparable. You can't talk from one system to another. That's a start. It cannot be. In the South African Police Service, unfortunately, we only have this system deployed in Gauteng, and even in Gauteng, it's old.
This being analog or digital?
No, digital, sorry.
Okay.
It's in Gauteng, but even that one is quite old. The rest of the country are using a different system. There was a project of rolling out that system. I think it was supposed to start in the Eastern Cape, and for some whatever reason that project stalled. I understand that there's been a lot of investigation in terms of corruption regarding the awarding of a tender that was to install that in the Eastern Cape. I think that what might lead into the stopping of the project. But in terms of what has been done to assist us in terms of this radio network, I think the division supply chain is in a better position and TMA is in a better position to respond to that. But what I can tell is that on the digital communication, life is much easier. You are able to have a private conversation with someone on the radio. You are able to locate a radio piece easily, unlike analog. You've got a function of like a telephone that you can dial a person without necessarily keying a radio. Nobody will hear. You dial an individual and talk direct to that person, like you're using a cell phone. So it has functions like those. And there are some digital radio networks that uses communication towers of cell phone networks that is a radio, but you communicate through those networks. So that's an advantage of a digital system because it allows you to talk on a small piece of a radio from here. You can talk to someone in Mosina or Cape Town, but the analog you can't. You have to put quite a number of repeaters all the way to get there. So that's why I'm saying the advantage of having a digital system is quite big. But the technical part of it, I think the expert would better explain that.
And are you using the analog system more than the digital system currently, or the other way around?
The digital is only in Gauteng province.
Oh, you did.
The rest of the country is analog.
Now, General, in relation to that topic, you further indicated that you have requested assistance from the National Office to address the challenges that you face with the analog radio system in particular. And you further indicated, and I'll quote, that we are hoping for help from the National Office, close quotes. Could you tell us how long you've faced this problem? You did say it's a historical problem. It did not just occur recently. How long have you faced this problem, and how long has it been that you've been engaging with the National Office to assist you? And this question is particularly important because you have stated that it posed major challenges for the manner in which you operated in response to July 2021.
I'm not sure if the Commission is making a reference to the letter dated the 2nd.
No, General. You indicated when asked by Advocate Jones on your radio systems and the challenges therein, I think he asked you if a police official from a different province is able to communicate with another official from a different province. And in that conversation, you further indicated that there are challenges with the analog system, and these challenges are historic. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You further indicated that you have told the National Office about these challenges. Do you remember that?
Yes, I said we have made requests in the past, not on behalf of me as a provincial commissioner, but while I was still at the National Office.
I see. Were you making that request on behalf of KZN or in general at the National Office?
No, in general in the police, not only in KZN. I was not in KZN when I started talking about this.
Understood. So when was it that you lodged this request for assistance?
Yeah, Commissioner, I was at one stage the commander of the Special Task Force. One of the applications that I remember would have made at the time was the radio network, the radio system that you needed to have. Special Task Force members, the individual must have a radio. The ones in Durban, in Pretoria, and Cape Town must be able to talk to each other when they get to an operation. But each one of them must have a radio and the hairpiece. So as we started struggling with those, we were putting applications and requesting. As I was moving up the ranks and moving away from the special task force and get complaints from the members on the ground, and we'll share those concerns. So to remember the exact date or the specific application, I will have to go back to archives to check in any application that were ever made before. But it is also after the Marikana Commission. It's one of the recommendations was there by the panel of experts, and I was a member of that expert, where it is recorded as a member of the expert. I will have signed that report, which also says we need to sort out the radio system in the police.
Thanks, General. That's very helpful. In your view or observation, what is the cause of the delays in the organization attending to this matter, particularly for its important role in assisting your officials in the conduct of their duties?
Commissioner, there are systematic challenges that the government has in as far as the supply of resources to the South African Police Service is concerned, which by and large has got to do with procurement. I feel that if perhaps Department of Treasury were to really sit down and understand, and as well as the cluster understand the challenges, and maybe there could be review on the processes that have been followed when you want to procure something for law enforcement, and maybe that can speed up the process. I spoke about the radio network. Installed, I think it was in 2010 when the digital was to be rolled out in the Eastern Cape, but it came to a standstill. To date, nothing is happening. So we have many other challenges. Vehicles, I spoke about 5,000 fleet that I have. You'll find maybe 10, 20% of that sitting at the garage waiting for something minor, such as a battery. But that vehicle might stand there for the whole month. Or to change tires, the vehicle might stand there for the whole month. So it's the procurement systems that we have in the organization. It seems to be a challenge. And until those are addressed, we'll keep suffering.
Are there any plans to address these challenges, the procurement challenges in particular?
There is engagement from the National Office with Treasury, but I'm not in that space to understand exactly to what extent the Chief Procurement Officer at the Department of National Treasury Office, whether are they thinking of changing this procurement system or not. But from where I am on the ground at the provincial office, I know that we have these challenges that can better be addressed with a policy change up there.
Thank you very much, General. My last question relates to your relationship with Colonel Nhlanhla. We have spoken in depth with regards to the relationship or the allegations about your conduct and in relation to the South African National Defence Force and the minister therein. Now, there are implications for your relationship with General or Colonel Nhlanhla. Could you inform the Commission what, in your estimation, was the nature of your professional relationship with Colonel Nhlanhla prior to the 15th of July 2021, and how, if at all, the events of July 15, 2021 and thereafter have affected this relationship?
Commissioner, I believe that our working relationship with Colonel Nhlanhla has always been good. I don't necessarily know him personally in his private life, but since I came to the province in April, on the few meetings that I've had with him, he's been a good, disciplined soldier. I have not seen anything wrong. That's why the communication that happened even prior to the deployment of the SNDF here, I could assist him whatever that he needed, because he's able to say to me, General, I'm having this and that challenge. Then I'll come forward and be able to, I can share that with the commission camera of what type of assistance that we rendered. I don't think it's important for me to say it in the open meeting. But I feel that maybe what the pronouncement of the minister here, I do not know what is the setup within the SNDF in terms of the senior officers being allowed to speak freely about things that are of national security to their principals. I do not know whether they're not allowed to speak, or maybe for them to speak, it must only come from their chief of the army. I do not know. But in this SAPS, if the minister asks a constable something, the constable must talk. Or if the constable feels that he must share something in the presence of the minister is asking and is running an operation at the time, the constable must be able to tell the minister or the national commissioner what is required. We have that freedom in the SAPS to communicate with respect, but share information.
And can you confirm that you have engaged Colonel Nyalunga post-July 2021?
I have not necessarily engaged, no, I do not recall. I've been lying. I don't think I've engaged Colonel Nyalunga. There was few opportunities where he had invited me to his events that I was not available, and I sent some colleagues. The mere fact that he invites me to his events, that shows the relationship. But unfortunately, I had to make an apology because I had other commitments. So a person who doesn't have a relationship with me will not invite me to his event, as an example.
Thank you very much, General. That's
Thank you.
all from me, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. I've just got two questions. The number of questions have been asked and answered. We had the NPA here last week Thursday, I think. And when we asked them, they must give us the total number of arrests in the province. And they gave us a number of 2,080, I think, might be a few more or less. And the majority of them are in court. Only 64, they said, were not in court, but the rest of them are in court. General, you've given us the number of 3930. I don't know whether it's subsequent to, maybe there's a time difference, but this is what they gave to us. Your comment on it?
Commissioner, I do not know the figures that the NPA gave you and the timelines of the figures of the arrests, so it becomes difficult for me to explain what they were referring to. I did say that there are quite a number of arrests that were effected that might not necessarily be finalized in court. But the ones that we have recorded, we recorded them from the 7th of July to date that are related to the unrest. I do not know then the NPA numbers that they were talking about is for what period. So I will have to then compare the notes so that you can be able to tell. Because for any arrest, there's a case docket. And the case docket will end with the NPA. So we can't be guessing those numbers. We can reference them to a case docket. So it should be easy to get that information if the commissioner wants that.
Yeah, please. Thanks, General, because we did indicate to the NPA that on Thursday when they gave us these numbers, there may be ongoing arrest, and that number is a changing target and so on, but we would love to have that. The second question, General, when earlier on you were asked by the evidence leaders around the barricades and the subsequent deaths of people at Phoenix, please help me if I heard you correct. When you said that people, were supposed to stay in their houses, they supposed to stay in their places, and then I think you used the word, and they went there to loot, or if I heard you correct, that especially at Phoenix, that they, in fact, they shouldn't have been there. I don't know whether I heard you correct, General.
Commissioner, I was just making an example when I made a statement that a lot of people died. There are a lot of them that were injured. Of those that died, there are a lot of inquest dockets that we have. In other words, we do not know the cause of death. We don't know who might have been responsible for such. And then I was more focused on inquest. The ones of murders and the likes, at least we know that there are people that kill them. And in some instances, there are investigations that will have led into the arrest of perpetrators. But riot happens. Community is being mobilized by someone to go and commit crime of looting. Communities leave their houses in the middle of the night. They take it to the street to go and break into the shop or whatever property to steal whatever that doesn't belong to them. You go and steal a couch. You don't have a house to put the couch. But you take the couch and you bring it back in front of your shack and you park it in front of the shack. The question was, why did such individual leave the house to go to the shop and steal a couch and bring it back here? What gets into your head? So you are lucky that you bring the couch back, but someone did the same thing, but on their way back or in the process of stealing, fell and was stumbled upon by other people and ended up dying. Now, the police officer must be held accountable for the death of that person. The police officer must then explain why he could not prevent the death of that person. Whereas this is an individual who left the house and went to commit crime, in the process died. And we find it difficult as a police to be held accountable for such. But we're trying to pass a message to the community that there seems to be a lifestyle that has been out there to our society where they just disregard the laws of our country. They just don't respect anything that it is said they must respect out there. It is someone else's property, but you want to take it for free. So while you are doing that, you get hurt, you get injured. Whatever drives you to do that, there are those that went to steal food. You could justify and say they were hungry, and they die in the process. Maybe the society might forgive that. I might forgive that. But there are a lot of them that went to steal fridges, solar panels at macro. You steal such items because you want to sell them. You go to ATM machine to bomb it because you want to take money, and you go to the bottle store to steal alcohol because you want to drink, and you see it on social media, you're enjoying it. But in that process, people die. So something is not right in society. So that's a message I was trying to communicate, that we need to have a discussion. We need to have a debate about this and find out exactly how do we fix it going forward, because the prisons are full.
Yeah.
Police cells are full. And there's repeat offenders. Yeah. Rehabilitation system seems not to function. And the question is why then? What should be done?
No, thank you, General. The reason I asked that question was specific, and I understand fully what you're saying. And I think we need to have that discussion, that debate. I was asking in the light of Phoenix in particular, because some of the people whose cars were burned and who were injured were actually people that stayed in Phoenix. Because there's a small percentage of African people staying in Phoenix, and on their way home from work, some of them were attacked and so on. So there is a context to some of them that were staying in Phoenix and on returning home were then attacked and they lost their cars. There's one small businessman, and they testified here. So I do understand that, and maybe same thing about what happened at Khan Road corner as well, and so on. But as I said, some of the questions have already been answered. General, one of the things that also this commission is doing is to have two factors: accountability and social cohesion. I have asked the National Commissioner yesterday some of those in terms of the building the trust and the confidence in the South African Police Service. It's also our responsibility to do that. And I would say what I said yesterday to you as well, General, that there are many men, many women in blue and men in blue, as you started your testimony yesterday, to say that there are many women and men in blue that were boots on the ground, that have sacrificed a lot of time, sleep, and traumatized, but assist in helping to bring the unrest to an end. And that we want to convey our thanks to those men and women who sacrificed their time, although it was their job, but at the same time the commitment to the country. Although there are challenges, and the challenges are around how do we build confidence and trust, further confidence, trust within the South African Police Services? Because in the end, South African Police Service have to do 50%, and the community will have to do the other 50% in effective combating and preventing of crime. Unfortunately, we do live in a dysfunctional society, and there's quite a lot for us to do. You have in the KZN our office, the Human Rights Commission's office, and they are standing ready to assist you in terms of building and helping to build that trust between yourself, SAPS, and the South African community. Also, from the South African Human Rights Commission, we do have an MOU with the South African Police Services, and through that, our office here, we could possibly assist to build and rebuild the trust and the confidence of the community within the South African Police Service. But at the same time, also, General, you have to deal with some of the challenges within the service, amongst a few rotten apples that may still be around and creating more problems for the South African service, and in terms of breaking down the trust. Thank you, General. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Ntuli has a very last question.
Yes, I do, Chairperson. General, Advocate Stene asked you about the calls you received with regards to guarding the South African breweries. And it further transpired that the reason was not to guard the alcohol itself, but the gases that are contained within that building. And that operation seems was successful. Now there's another chemical facility that did burn in Konabia with devastating effects. There were approximately, we are informed, 1,600 chemicals contained in that warehouse that burned. Devastating and yet untold environmental effects in an age of climate change. Did you receive any calls? You say you received approximately 10 calls to guard the South African breweries. Did you receive any calls to guard Konabia and this chemical facility?
No, negative, Commissioner. I did not receive any call about that facility.
Thank you very much. That's all from me, Chairperson.